All right. Oh, I'm live. I think I'm live. Let me let me know how. Okay, guys, let me know if you can see me and you can hear me. As I pull up the chat because I can't see. All right, let me know how I sound and if you can see me because I'm not. This is kind of a test to see how my internet at home is too, as well. Because I'm not sure how strong of a signal I have back here. And if I'm loud and clear, and if I'm clear. And sorry for keeping looking down. I gotta bring my phone up here because I'm looking at the chat. So give me 1 second. Thank you, Lisa Boo. She says she loves my hat. Thank you, Audrey Hudson. She's saying I'm loud and clear. That's what I want. And Spirit of the Tree, she says she could see me. We're on the right track. Let me move the camera. I feel like the camera is like crooked. So how are you guys doing? You're probably all still on. I think Lewis is still on, so you probably are all on over there. Oh no, we got a nerd raid. D Nice in the house. Bernadette, what's up? I am doing good. I'm just hanging out on a Saturday night. I am so blind I can't see my phone, so I apologize. Luisa's miscellaneous videos. Carol. Angel. Paula, what's up? Wing Zero. Marcella. Carol saying she just came from Nerd Report. Monica, what's up? We've got a Nerd and Amy raid. I was thinking about going on Saturday because I didn't think anybody would go on, so I didn't want to like mess up anyone else. Rachel Hope here from Nerd Report. Oz Trixie, Aaron Cooper, Lulu. Five-star saying the homie Lewis sent me. That's okay, Trixie. Get some sleep. I know you're across the pond. But thank you for coming on for a bit. Julie saying, hey Lisa, Nerd Report. Amy, Saturday Night Raids. I know Bernadette, I was thinking it must have been some orbital moon thing where everyone decided to go on. Daisy, what's up? Thank you, Lulu. It's still a work in progress. Cause it's also my music studio, so I use it for both things. Melissa, she's saying, hey, Lewis. Or Lisa. We love you, girl, in Lewis Raid. Brandon, thank you for the support. Trixie, definitely get some sleep. I can barely go. I can't. If I get 6 hours of sleep, I'm dying. You're definitely a trooper. Rachel St. Louis was getting really spammed by the Amy Saturday Night chat. What's up, Kim? Nice to meet you. Thank you, Melissa. She says she loves my hat. Thank you, Cheryl, for the support. Oz, good day from Brisbane, Australia. Oh, thank you, D Nice. I got my little cat. I didn't need a cat ear beanie today because I have cat ears on my headphones. or wolf ears, however you want to say it. Just Jade, Nerd Report Raid. Jen, hey from Sydney, Australia. How's the weather over in Australia? I heard there was some flooding over there. Five stars saying I'm running on 1 hour of sleep, so I'm dying. Wow. Like I said, I've done 3, and that is about as much as I can do because it sets off it sets my anxiety and everything else off if I don't get enough sleep. So I have to. And then with my age lately, I have to. Unfortunately, I can't go without my beauty sleep. So on my days off, I am in bed making sure I catch up on sleep. Jin Bin says, not here. Been in the pool all day. Oh, that sounds cool. Jess, no, I do not know how to crochet, so I have to buy. I wish I did, but I don't. One of these years, I'm going to try to learn, but I don't have the patience. Five Star said the longest ever stayed up was 26 hours. I think I did because I used to work nights way back in the day, and I think I did 20 hours. Don't ask me how I did that, but for some odd reason I wasn't sleepy. So I was sleepy, but at the same time you're still, I don't know, you're just awake. It's weird. No, or Rachel Hope is asking, did you start hallucinating? I was like, no. Believe it or not, no. It was weird. Thank you, Ron Wynn Jones. Thank you, Nerd Report, for dropping my Cash App. Matthew, what's up? It's a lowercase W, by the way, guys. He put a capital W. I have 100 people watching? Whoa! That's crazy. Welcome, guys. Let me know how the stream is because I'm kind of testing out if my internet can handle this. So let me know if I stutter a bit or anything because I'm kind of trying to test out the waters and see how this works. Or if I go fuzzy or anything, or if the sound goes out, just let me know because this is my first time actually going live at my house. Louisa is saying, I was bored and looking for someone to be live. And it turned out everybody was live today. Thank you, Melissa. She's saying the stream is perfect. I'm glad. Thank you, Cheryl. So what's everyone up, or what's everyone doing tonight besides watching the gazillion people go live today? Must be something in the stars. Thank you, D Nice, for dropping my link. Michaelin Oroke. I'm sorry, I'm butchering your name. So, my 1-year-old daughter said her first word today. She said my name for the first time. Wow, that is super awesome. I hope you caught that. Were you able to catch that on video? Because that is definitely one of those moments you want to keep and look back on. Thank you, Kim. She says my screen and sound is awesome. 5-star saying watching anime. I'm not really an anime fan, but I haven't actually really watched one, so maybe I should try. Spirit of the Trees saying it's almost a full moon, but usually when they say a full moon, that's when a lot of crime happens. I don't know if you guys have heard that. I've heard that. Carol B is saying eating Oreos and drinking a mocha latte. That sounds pretty good. Ronwyn Jones, Amy is live every Saturday night. No, I know that she's live every Saturday night, but I was trying to go after her because I didn't want to go while she was on, and then Nerd Report decided to go on, then Thank you, Trixie. Spirit of the Trees, I guess she's mentioning to Lulu, I do not have membership yet. I don't, because I do not have the watch hours yet, so my channel is not monetized. Unfortunately, because I'm a newer channel, unfortunately, you need to have at least 1,000 subscribers and 4,000 watch hours. It wasn't, I guess before you didn't have to have that, and YouTube kind of made it a little stricter. Echo Fox, what's up? How's it going? 5-star says, I recommend watching Naruto. It's a good starter anime. Just look up a non-filler list and follow it to get the best watch experience. All right, I'll have to check that out. Cheryl E saying, and Steph was on before that. I know, like I said, there's something in the stars just aligned, and everyone just had a hankering. Ronwyn saying eating Eddie's double fudge chocolate brownie ice cream. Wow. That sounds really good. Daisy, the Vegas Pisces. Everyone seemed to want to go live at the same time today. Definitely. Cheryl E, it's probably been, I'm not sure, you guys have been juggling all the people. You probably have your phone with one, your TV with one, your tablet with one, your laptop with one, your computer in the other room with one. I'm not sure. Queen B, welcome to my channel. Thank you for loving my vibe. Cheryl E saying, so housework has waited today, definitely. I know what it means. Sometimes like I'll sit there and I'm like, I have to do this. And then I start watching, lately my thing is, I watch a lot of Discovery Plus because I'm a Ghost Adventures fan. But then also too, I like watching like the true crime stuff, which is weird. I never realized that until I started thinking about it, and I'm like, oh yeah, I do. And so right now I'm watching I've been hooked on something on Discovery Plus. I forgot the name of it even, but it's about it talks about it's kind of about people that commit crimes, but they're like normal people, so it's weird. So it's usually like a family member too, or a husband or wife. So I'm kind of hooked on that, and I'm like, I need to do this. But then, oh wait, what's going on over here? And then sometimes I'll have it in the background, and then it'll catch my attention, and I'll be laying in bed some long. Okay, after this episode, I'll go do what I'm supposed to be doing, and then the next one comes on. Oh my gosh, this one's interesting. Let me wait till the end of it, and then before I know it, the day's over. Spirit of the Trees is saying we love ghosts and true crimes in this house. Rachel is saying 100% full moon brings out something bizarre. I witnessed it. I definitely think there's something about a full moon. No, there has to be. I think it's because you know how normally when there's no moon, it's dark out, but then with the full moon, it kind of paves the way to see things. So I think that's why more people come out. I don't know. Maybe something weird like that. Mystical. Hold on, guys. Thank you, Morgan and Brandon, for the Cash App. Brandon says, for not much since the storm, but here is some support. Thank you, Brandon. I appreciate it. I know you've gone through a lot with the storm and everything. Thank you. And then Morgan from Spirit of the Trees. Thank you. You guys are awesome. Now if I can find the stream, the chat again. I'm sorry. I should have put the chat on my tablet instead of my phone, because then I'd be able to see. I'm like this. Or you know what? No, I can't zoom. Teresa says, I'm a huge spooky and horror movie and book fan. Teresa, what's your favorite horror movie, and what horror book have you read that you've liked? Daisy saying we need to get Ghost Report launched ASAP. I am down, but I don't have any equipment. I don't have a spirit box. I don't have an EMF reader. I don't have an, what do you call it, IR camera. I'm trying to think of all the stuff that they use. I don't have little balls of light that go off if it detects energy. But I definitely, one of my things, I've never actually I've had strange things happen, but I've never actually had like a paranormal activity type of thing. So I don't know how. I've never actually, I've been to a haunted place, but I've never actually felt anything. So one of these days I probably have to go at night, but I'm not going by myself. No. I'll walk. I won't go in a super dark place, but I'll probably like I'll walk over the Colorado Street Bridge by myself. I've been wanting to walk on it for so long. I just didn't get a chance last time because Pasadena is kind of far from my house, and then to get back home, I'm stuck in traffic, so I'm kind of like, I felt like I didn't get to explore like I wanted to, so I'm definitely going to go back and explore some more. Brandon saying I live very close to an old battlefield that has a monument to all the lives lost. Wow. Daisy the Vegas Pisces, she's saying, Lisa, we could start by sharing ghost stories. Yes, we could do that. Spirit of the Trees is asking, what's your favorite movie of all time? That's a super hard one. It just depends. Depends on what genre you're talking about, because obviously I have the poster behind me. It's Indiana Jones and the Temple of Doom. That is probably my all-time favorite. I grew up watching that movie. I would watch it over and over again. I still watch it, and my jaws dropped on the ground. I love that movie. There's something about it. Horror movie? There's too many to list. Because I like all kinds of horror. I don't care if it's cheesy, too. I'll watch it. Bernadette saying, I went to the Stanley Hotel twice. Nothing ever happened. I've been wanting to go to the Stanley Hotel, like, so bad. I mean, just to go, because that hotel is just awesome. Even if I don't experience anything, it's just in a cool place. It's an awesome, hotel. I would definitely want to visit the haunted hotel room. Which is weird, because Stephen King wrote The Shining based on his experiences at the Stanley Hotel. So he must have experienced something, or he just has a vast, crazy imagination, which I think he does have a crazy imagination to begin with. TDJ saying everything seems scarier in tropical jungles. I can imagine. I think I wouldn't be scared in a tropical jungle. I think I'd be looking at, because I've never been in a tropical jungle, so the first time I step in one, I'm going to be like this. Like looking at everything. Taking pictures, video. Hey guys, look at where I'm at. Nerd Report's asking, how am I weird? I'm just weird. And Wilson, I have with a ghost hunter group that comes to a building next door to me. I was tapped on the shoulder. When I turn around, no one was there. That has to be a creepy experience. That definitely, if I was tapped, I would think it was, if I was tapped, I'd be like, I don't know, trying to take a selfie or something, seeing if I could like catch something on camera. I think I'd be that crazy one. They'll be like, what are you doing? I go, I'm trying to catch the ghost. Thank you, Raw Pros, saying, I like your vibe, Lisa. Teresa says, Evil Dead rocks. Funny story about Evil Dead. When I was younger, I couldn't stand the Evil Dead. But then when Ash versus the Evil Dead came out, I became obsessed. Because I think when I was younger, I just didn't understand the comedy of horror. Yeah, comical horror, I guess you can say. Like, I'm like, well, how could it be like comical and horror at the same time? And then when I got older, I'm like, oh my gosh, now I get it. So yes, I am an Evil Dead fan. Leslie saying, movie that scared me was that doll movie. Can't think of the name. Annabelle or something like that. It was probably there's Annabelle, there's Chucky, there's like international ones that I like to watch a lot of Asian horror, or like even Hispanic horror, or Latin horror, because I don't know, they just have like a different take on horror movies. But I have to be in the mood to watch those because you have to read the subtitles. But I really do. I think one of my favorites is like Asian horror. Like I saw Ju-on. I saw I like The Grudge. I know some people like The Ring, but I'm a Grudge person. And I saw Ju-on, and I actually like the Asian version better. I don't know what it is about the Asian side. They know how to capture ghosts, I think, a little better than we do. I don't know. It's just something. But don't get me wrong. I've seen great horror movies with ghosts, but for some odd reason, those Asian, I even saw some Korean ones that, like, I don't know, maybe it's just how they film it, but they always have the girl with the hair over the face type of thing. And and it's always like they're in a dark elevator, and then like they pan out and you see like the little girl in the corner with the hair over their face, and that somehow just freaks me out when I see that. It just I don't know. I get chills when I watch those things because it's crazy. Brandon Torres says, when I wake up late with crazy hair, I call it Hispanic horror. Carol, Grayson Report, yes. Like maybe people could send in their stories and the host could tell the stories while creepy music is playing. That would be cool. It'd be like, on September 1st, user 5467 had an experience at a random hotel in Los Angeles. I'm just using Los Angeles because I know Los Angeles, the city of Los Angeles has been around for quite some time, so I know there is haunted places there for sure. In fact, they said the Roosevelt Hotel is haunted by Marilyn Monroe. TDJ saying Korean horror to watch is Kingdom. I did see that. I did see it. I didn't finish it. I need to finish it. Actually, my favorite zombie Korean movie is Train to Busan. They know how to do zombies. I mean, not to get me wrong. We had the 28 Weeks Later, which actually got me into zombies because I really wasn't into zombies until I saw that movie. Carol saying, I live by the Holly Hotel. Anyone hear of that? No, I've never heard of it. What's the story of Holly Hotel? Daisy's going, Lisa, The Grudge is my favorite horror of all time, but I've only watched it a handful of times because it's the only movie that scares the bejesus out of me for days. Like, I won't walk around in my house. I get that way sometimes, even if I'm watching creepy YouTube videos. Like, I'm thinking, you know how where they show where people are on their computer and they have the TV across from them and they see like this figure sitting next to him or her, whoever it is? I'm always thinking I'm going to look at my TV and I see this figure doing this to me or something, like, you know, some funny face or trying to like whap me in the head or something. But yeah, I sometimes it's weird. I don't get how that can affect you because you're just watching it on TV, but with the lights off and stuff, it's crazy. You're like, oh my gosh, let me turn my nightlight on just for tonight. I'm that crazy sometimes, but I love horror, if that makes any sense. Leslie Cole said, I watched Walking Dead for a few seasons, but had to stop. Started freaking me out. Walking Dead, it was awesome. Until I stopped watching when, what was his name? I even forgot because I stopped watching. After the Governor. I stopped watching After the Governor because it ended up like being the same thing. Where they're walking, they're trying to survive, they have zombies, walkers coming after them. Like, there was no, I didn't even watch the ending. I probably should, but then I'm not going to know what's going on because I haven't watched in years. But it was, like, for a few years, it was interesting until it flatlined. Like, it was just the same. I felt like the storyline was just the same. Like, trying to survive. Oh, there's a walker down there. He's missing a leg. Oh, we got to fight these people over here. Like, I felt like there was no, I don't know, in-game, I guess you could say. Senior Space Gusto. Good old one is Christine, Killer Car. Have you seen the movie The Car? That one, I know I grew up with Christine, but later, when I got older, I found out about The Car. I know I think it came out in the 70s, if I'm not mistaken. And I know it's not going to be like the great effects that we get now, but it's still kind of a great like car horror movie. And I think it was a kit car built by George Barris. Mad Scientist said it became redundant, but first 6 seasons were great. I agree with referring to The Walking Dead. Amy, love you, Lisa. Love you back, Amy. I'm glad. Thank you for watching. Matthew saying Christine is my favorite, tied with Ghostbusters. I loved Ghostbusters. I can still watch that to this day and just enjoy it. Like, they do not make movies like they did in the 80s. I feel like they can't make movies now like they did in the 80s. Nerd Report saying the only problem with Asian horror cinema is that when one movie is a hit, they make 7 gazillion imitations of it. I agree, they do. And it's 5 different names. Or, like, they did, what did they do? They did The Grudge, the Mother and the Grudge against, The Ring. Oh, yeah, they did The Grudge versus The Ring. And that one was, like, I was not impressed with. I was like, that's all they did? Like, I was excited about it because it was like The Grudge against The Ring. Come on. But then it ended up being like a dud. So, but yeah, I totally get it. Matthew saying the car was a Lincoln Mark that was sculpted and added parts to. Bernadette saying 1978 Texas Chainsaw Massacre. Believe it or not, Texas Chainsaw Massacre had no blood, if I'm not mistaken. But it was still freaky. You don't need the blood and guts. But I like blood and guts. It just depends on how they do it. Spirit of the Trees, Lisa, I knew I liked you from the start. I love ghost stories, sightings, and horror movies. Teresa saying acting used to be important. Now it's all about special effects. I agree. I actually prefer the practical effects over like CGI effects. So I like, I like the fact that I have my Chucky doll behind me, but you can't see it because I have my Evil Dead chainsaw on top of them. But I like the fact that with Chucky was an actual, like, they used robots, or like the movie The Gate. Like, it's not CGI. It's actually like little mechanical. The Gate. That's another one I grew up with. Oh, I love that movie. Every time I see, you know how a cat likes to put their paws underneath the door? That just reminds me of The Gate. I don't know if you guys are familiar with that movie where the little, I don't know what you call them, the little goblet or demons. I don't know what you call those things. And how they close the door and you could see their little arms and hands coming up through underneath the door. That's when, you know how cats are trying to get your attention when you go in the bathroom. That's what I get reminded of every time. Matthew saying Evil Dead, tons of blood. I think on Ash versus Evil Dead, they used buckets of blood. They might have even done the same in Evil Dead. Matthew saying stop motion for The Gate. But still, though, it's way better than... Well, in my opinion, I don't know. What do you guys think? In my opinion, I prefer, like, the practical effects over CGI. Audrey saying the zombies on The Walking Dead can now open doors and climb ladders. So they evolved. I still think zombies... I don't know. I still like 28 Weeks Later. I like Train to Busan. I even like the second Train to Busan. I forgot what the name of that one was. Senior Space Ghosto. Wasn't Johnny Depp in the first Nightmare on Elm Street? He was. He's the one that got he had an epic ending scene where he got pulled. Yeah, his ending scene was cool where the blood just went. And I believe that was his, if I'm not mistaken, I think that was his first film, wasn't it? Carol's asking, would you ever do a reaction video on spirit boxes? I've actually never used one, but if I ever got one, I probably would, because they seem cool. But then again, you got to be careful with some of those things because you can bring things into your home. So I may go to some random place. Well, then, no, I can bring things anyways, even if it isn't my home. But you have to be careful when you use a lot of those things because you can bring things back with you. And I don't know if I want to bring things back with me. But it might be when, I don't mind if it's a spirit that's like fun, but if it's one of those crazy spirits, Teresa saying 28 weeks and its follow-up were good. 28 weeks made me jump. I knew it was good at the moment. That, like I told you guys, that movie got me into zombies. I did not like zombies. Sorry, George Romero. I did not like zombies. And I know he's like the godfather of zombies. I did not like zombies until I saw 28 Weeks Later. And then I just was like, that movie just was amazing. If you guys haven't seen it, give it a watch. Carol suggests you just watch the video and react. I could. Julie, amen. No crazy spirits. Definitely. I do not want no crazy spirits. None. No. I have enough going on. I don't need a unknown force being crazy around me. Well, actually, even all the remake, I know they have a gazillion remakes of the Texas Chainsaw Massacre, and I pretty much liked every single one of them, even the one that was on Netflix that a lot of people didn't like that one. But I actually did like that one. I don't know, there's something about that movie, like no matter also too, the actor's wearing a mask, so even if they change the actor, you can't tell. It's when they tried to do Nightmare on Elm Street, I was like, I did not like it because it's like you get your mindset on that one actor that plays it. Like, he's your actor no matter what. And for Nightmare on Elm Street, that's it. I mean, I even tried to give the other guy a chance. I'll give them a chance. I don't care. I even gave Jamie Clayton a chance for Hellraiser as the female Pinhead, because I am a huge Doug Bradley fan, and I just did not like the Hulu version of it. I mean, don't get me wrong. I think she did a good job. I just didn't like it. Like, I was all excited for it too, like when I saw the trailers and everything, but no, still Doug Bradley. There's something about the Cenobites in the 1987 film that were more scary to me than in the Hulu remake. But if you're a Hellraiser fan, you definitely need to watch it, because I'm not one of those that would say, oh, I'm not going to watch it because Doug Bradley's not in it. I'm going to watch it. I'm going to watch it to see, hey, she could be the next, Pinhead, regardless of what's going on. But I just didn't. I think it probably was the writing, and I didn't like the costumes in it, because the costumes they looked cheap to me. Like, I felt like, I get that they're supposed to be souls that were dead. I don't mean to go on a Hellraiser tangent, guys, but I'm very passionate about Hellraiser. And I understand they're supposed to be kind of like the Cenobites are supposed to be essentially dead, so there's not going to be any blood. But I just felt like compared to the 1987 film, it just looked like they went down to Spirit Halloween and got a costume. That's just how it felt to me. And then when you see the 87 film, it's like, dude, those guys will definitely chase me down and try to get me wondering why I opened their box. But the ones in the Hulu, I did not, they wouldn't have scared me. I would have been like, okay, yeah, let's have a selfie. They did not scare me at all. I would have been like, so, how much did you pay for your costume? Did you get it at, Walmart, Spirit Halloween, or I'm not bashing the costume designers, because I know it takes a lot of work to do that, but that's just how I felt about it. Sorry for going on a tangent. Teresa's saying, I refuse to mess with spirit boards, or anything like it. I don't blame you, because that's when you can open up things that maybe you cannot understand or control. So it's like, if you do those things, it's probably definitely, you should protect yourself and know a little bit about them before even trying to use them. And I know nothing about them. Heather whatever saying, yes, don't dress up the dead in thrift shop stuff. Definitely. Like, if these things are chasing me, at least look the part. Don't look like you're a bunch of high school students that are trick-or-treating. Like, I really felt like that. Leslie's asking, where is my link tree? Give me a second and I'll post it for you, unless one of the mods can post it for me. But I think, I had it up. Give me 1 second, guys. Give me 1 second. Oh, you know what? I could just type it here. All right, I posted it. It's probably not a hyperlink, but you can copy and paste it. Nerd Report is asking, how many watch hours do I have? I think it was like 2,000, if I'm not mistaken. Or somewhere around there. The real Woe Factor 37, Pinhead was a beast. Hellraiser is one of the baddest and most underrated. I agree, and I know that, I don't know if you guys are familiar with Terrifier. When they came out with Terrifier 2, I guess on the trailer, it was advertising that people were leaving the theaters sick. So I was like, all right, yeah, I'm going to watch this. Because that stuff, I don't get grossed out, really. That's probably one, I do love the gore. So I watch it. And I like Terrifier for Art the Clown. That's basically the story. The storyline for me, it's like a B movie. It's not like one of those movies where I'm going to watch over and over again. It's not, the storyline is not the greatest. It's Art the Clown that makes the movie. He does not talk, but he's like a mime, and and clowns don't freak me out, but he is crazy. But when I saw Terrifier 2, I was like, Hellraiser has more guts and gore than this. This is like nothing. So, I mean, I guess these people have never seen Hellraiser. So, I've seen worse in Hellraiser, but, I mean, literally in Terrifier, I don't want to, like, but I don't want to, like, ruin it for you guys if you haven't seen it. So, I'll try not to spoil it for you guys, but if you do see it, It's Art the Clown. Basically, he's the only character I'll watch it for. I really don't watch it for the storyline or anything, because it's not, I don't know. They just don't write it. The concept is good, but they just don't, I don't know. They just they don't write him well, I guess you can say. Teresa's saying Nightbreed was all practical effects, right? I'm trying to remember, and I think almost all of it was. I have never seen that movie. I've heard of it, but I've never seen it. I'm going to have to check it out. That is probably one of the ones I haven't seen yet. I mean, I've seen Reanimator, but I have not seen Nightbreed. Give me 1 second, because I think they're having trouble with my link tree. Let's see if it works this way. Give me 1 second, guys. Let me click on there. I don't want to accidentally turn the stream off. Thank you, Nerd Report. Thank you for posting my link tree. Mystic Gaming, welcome. This is my first time here. I'm glad you can join me this lovely Saturday evening. Or Sunday, depending on where you're at. TDG is asking, Lisa, have you watched any Rob Zombie directed horror flicks? Disturbing, trash, hillbilly, side freak show stuff. Actually, my favorite movie by Rob Zombie is House of a Thousand Corpses. I just love Dr. Satan. I just love that movie. And then, of course, Sid Haig playing Captain Spaulding is the best. I actually got a chance to meet Sid Haig. May he rest in peace. But he was probably one of the most humble people you can ever meet. So if you ever got a chance to meet him, it was like you weren't talking to that actor that played the redneck clown in A House of a Thousand Corpses. It was like you were talking to your family member. Like, he was that humble. He did not. It wasn't like he was an actor. It just like you felt comfortable talking to him as well. So he was awesome. So that's how I was a fan of him already, but I became more of a fan after I met him. Cause you know how some of the actors charge a lot charge for photographs on top of an autograph? He wouldn't charge for a photo or for anything extra. He was just there to meet the fans, and I thought that was kind of cool. The Real Wolf Factor Devil's Rejects is badass. I didn't like that. I still like A Thousand Corpses. I mean, Devil's Rejects wasn't that bad, but I still my favorite is still House of a Thousand Corpses out of the movies that I watched. I even saw The Munsters, and don't get me wrong, I like The Munsters. I know there's people that I like The Addams Family too as well, but I grew up mostly watching The Munsters. I didn't really watch The Addams Family until I was older. Well, the movies, obviously, I did, but, and I had no expectations going into the Rob Zombies film. And of course, he has to have his wife in every single one of his films because that's his muse. I mean, I guess that's what you're going to do. You're going to put someone in your films, which he does. In every one of his films, there's pretty much there's the same actors in every single one of his films. But it wasn't as bad as I thought it was gonna be. I hate to say that, but it wasn't that bad. I mean, it wasn't great, but it wasn't bad. Like I didn't feel like I wasted time watching it. In other words, like it was cool to watch, I guess. Leslie's saying I have been watching Wednesday on Netflix. Oh my gosh, if you guys have not seen Wednesday on Netflix, you need to run to see it. I totally enjoyed. I didn't think anything of it, but I totally enjoyed it. Jennifer Ortega was meant for that role. She did an awesome job. She nailed it. She had that deadpan stare, the no emotion, I mean, somehow she still had emotion even though she wasn't showing emotion. Like I just enjoyed it. And then her roommate was like the complete opposite. She was a werewolf that, sorry for giving it away, but she was like the complete opposite. And it was kind of like they complimented each other. She was like the girl with the rainbow hair and the, hey, Wednesday, what's going on? Like the outgoing girl. And Wednesday was like, yes, what's going on? So, I mean, yes, if you haven't seen it, you need to run and watch it now. In fact, I'm wearing my Wednesday shirt. Thank you, Carol. Go get some rest. I'm glad you were able to hang a bit. Leslie's asking Lewis, is that the hat Lewis's mom made you? No, I actually bought it. I usually get all my hats from Etsy. I wish I knew how to crochet, to be honest with you, because I do like crochet things. I don't have the patience for it. I'm gonna try one of these days. One of these days I'm gonna try. Julie Moss is saying, ooh, Lisa, you're making me want to watch the original version of The Omen. Oh my gosh, I love that. See, I love all horror, so all the horror movies are my favorite. I grew up watching The Omen. So, oh my gosh. I know there's some people, I actually knew people that would refuse to watch that movie. They would refuse. I think of the content. I don't know why, but they refused to watch that movie. Like, I won't watch that movie. I didn't even have my boys watch that movie. And I was like, really? Like, I love that. That is, oh my gosh. I just love that movie. Do the Wednesday dance. I don't know how to dance. Leslie's asking, is it raining where you are? No, actually, last weekend it was supposed to rain, but we didn't get that much rain. I was expecting like a nice good downpour, but we didn't get much. So maybe we're due for some rain again. I'm not sure. Hold on, let me check because I heard my phone vibrating. That way I don't. Thank you, Heather, for the Cash App. Heather, whatever, for the Cash App donation. Thank you, Spirit of the Trees, for your Cash App donation for just want to support you and your energy. Thank you. You rock. Then also, hold on, because I don't want to forget anybody. Thank you, Bernadette, for the PayPal donation, showing support and love, and for your laugh. Thank you. I know I laugh a lot. Well, actually, this stream I haven't because I've been talking. I'm talking about something I'm passionate about, so I haven't stopped talking. And usually it's hard to get me to talk. Thank you, Leslie, for your PayPal. Great stuff. I'm glad you guys are enjoying my little spooky horror movie talk. Bernadette saying Nerd Report. I mean, you do the Megan dance next time. Yes, Nerd Report could do the Megan dance. Where she's like, I don't know what she's doing. She's like, I don't know. She's weird. I need to see that movie. I haven't seen that movie yet. Spirit of the Trees is asking, what future hikes are you planning? I'm thinking I want to go to another waterfall, but it's all time and drive time and traffic. So I gotta like pick a good day where I can make it there in time and not be stuck in traffic as well. But I do want to do another waterfall. I want to go to another haunted place to hike. I also want to show, because now there's a lot of green around. A lot of the trails I went on in the summertime, it was all dead. So I would like to show you some of those where it's green. And I heard that there's the poppies are starting to bloom. Someone posted about a trail that's near here that there was some poppies. So I'm hoping they're all talking about a super bloom. So I'm hoping we get a super bloom, and I'll take you to the park where it's most known for. Julie is asking, Lisa, did Megan get decent reviews? I am not sure. I asked someone who had watched it and they said it was okay. But I'm still down to watch it because I like anything horror. The Real Wolf Factor. Keep talking. You are awesome. Old school horror. I know I am an old school horror fan. I do like the new ones too, but I like talking about the ones I grew up with. Queen Bee saying, now I like you even more. Hiking is my thing. You got to check out my other videos where I hike. I went to the Colorado Street Bridge in Pasadena. I want to go back there because I felt like I didn't get to explore as much as I want to. So I'm definitely probably going to go back. I may not do a video, but if I go on top of the bridge, I'm definitely I want to video that, and I kind of want to get some night shots of it. And then I also went to Eaton Canyon Falls, which I really enjoyed that hike, so I kind of want to do more hikes like that where you're actually going into the mountainside and you get lost. Well, I didn't get lost, but I'm saying you get lost about the world and you forget about the stress, and that's kind of why I like doing it. I like putting my headphones on, listening to great music, even if I'm walking down the street in my neighborhood. You know, I like putting my headphones on and walking and forgetting about the stresses of the day, listening, oh, what track is this? Oh, this is something good. You know, I kind of do that. I kind of listen to new tracks that way too. Amy saying Megan is fabulous. Jules is saying she didn't get notified. What? Jules, come on. I thought you were on top of these things. Come on. Definitely, Heather, whatever. She says music makes me move. It does. I mean, I sometimes, because I use earbuds, so I forget to charge my earbuds, so one dies. So I have music in one ear, and then I have the ambient sound on the other ear, so it's kind of weird. That's what happened when I was hiking to the Colorado Street Bridge. I only had one ear, but I kind of wanted to do that because I wanted to see if I caught anything, like on my one ear. Though I was jamming to music on this ear, so I don't know if I would have heard anything anyways. And even when I was editing the video, I was listening to, I never usually listen to the sound. Like, I'll click the sound off, but with that one, I was listening to sound. I was like, oh my God, did I just hear something? Did I catch an EVP? Was that a ghost? Like, I was even looking in the background to see if I found, like, I got figures, but I didn't catch anything. Heather, whatever, saying I lose earbuds, but fine, luckily. My problem with earbuds is they pop out of my ear. Like, I'll be walking and then they'll go in the dirt. I'm like, come on. And I'm like, oh, and I'm trying to clean it. Amy saying, loving the Grayson Report after party. The Real Wolf Factor 37 is asking, do I DJ? I do DJ. I'm not as good as Lewis. Lewis is like the pro DJ. He's my teacher. Even though some of the music he plays I don't like, but it's good for me anyways because then I'm doing different things instead of the same songs. So I'll learn more from DJing. So I like DJing with him, even though he plays like the weird, obscure songs that I don't know, but so this year I made a thing to where I'm going to practice more because I do enjoy it and I want to get better at it. So, yeah. Nerd Report saying, great show, Lisa. Thank you. Jules is saying, Nerd Report Lewis went live too? I didn't know that. Amy went live. I guess Steph went live. Everyone went live today. Bernadette saying, love you, Grayson Report, but I have to pop out. Have a good night. Bernadette, thank you. I'm glad you were able to hang for a bit. Heather, whatever, saying exactly. Mine go in the snow. Desperate searches. Do you have AirPods, Heather, whatever? So if they're white, if it falls in the snow, you can't find them. Luckily, mine... I have the Samsung buds, so luckily and they're like a light purple, so they don't get mixed up in the dirt, or they happen to always fall in the dirt. Teresa's saying my earbuds have a cord and little plastic thing that go around the back of it. That is actually a good thing, because then if they fall out, they'll just fall without falling on the ground. And oh my gosh, Heather, whatever. She says, yes, I do. I can feel your pain trying to find your AirPods in the snow. I would put, you know what you could do? You could put like a little strip of like colored tape on it to help you find it. But I can feel your pain. She says, I need to paint a dot on mine. I go, yes, you should. That way, if it falls in like a neon dot, like a neon yellow, so if it falls in the snow, you'd be like, oh, there it is. Spirit of the Tree is saying, I have Rock On. Love them. They are so good. Would recommend. I like my earbuds. I do. I really, they have really good sound. It's just when they pop out of my ear, that's the only thing. But and plus, they even have on the app, it says like, it'll let you know if they're fit well. And mine did, but they still fall out. Nerd Report saying no one is getting notifications anymore. I sometimes don't get notifications because Lewis will be like, did you get notified? I was like, no, I didn't even know you were on. So I feel your pain, Jules. Or if Nerd Report goes on more than once, sometimes YouTube likes to hide his videos. I like how we went from horror to earbuds. That is crazy. Oh, I think it's because I went from horror to hiking to earbuds. But I'm hoping, because I think we're having better weather now, so I should be able to get on the trails, because I was dying when it was raining. I was itching to go out, because I can only do so. I like to get out and get the fresh air and the the sunlight when we have sunlight, because it helps with the mood and everything. So when it was raining, I like rain, don't get me wrong, but after a while, like exercise wise, doing the in-home workouts kind of get old after a while. I like to venture outside. Leslie saying the movie that scared me for days was The Exorcist. The Exorcist. That's a great film. I can watch that one over and over again. And I can't believe Linda Blair. How old was Linda Blair in that movie? She was like 13? 12? I can't believe how young she was in that movie and how well she did in that movie. That was crazy. Iconic music. Oh, also too, the writer who wrote the book, William Blatt. I forgot. William Blatt? I gotta look it up. Hold on. He's my birthday twin. Let me look it up, because now that's gonna bug me. I'll be going to bed. I'm like, oh, that's his name. William Peter Blatty. He wrote he wrote The Exorcist. The Real Wolf Factor 37 saying yes, 13. Leslie saying I was young and it scared me for weeks. The one I used to be scared. Well, now I'm not anymore, but I used to be scared of Michael Myers, believe it or not. Now I'm not. But I remember watching it when I was younger, and I remember the scene. It's in the first one where Laurie looks out the window and he's standing there in between the sheets of laundry. I don't know why, but that scene when I was younger, I used to always go like this. And he's not even doing anything. He's just standing there. So it's weird. I vividly remember that scene, and that would always, like, nothing else would, but that scene. I just don't know why. It's just because she kind of just looks out, and he's just standing there, just glaring at her. And it's weird. It's a guy in a mask, but it's weird. It's just, he's weird. But that, when I was younger, that freaked me out. But now, not so much. I like to watch him, and I'm like, oh, wow, he's cool. Like, look, what is he going to do next? Oh, Laurie's running. The best ones are Friday the 13th, where they're running. And no matter how fast they're running, Jason is right there around the corner. I don't know how he keeps up, but he's there. And I always thought that was crazy. They'll be like, oh my God, they'll be tripping over logs, trees, going in the bathroom. Jason would be like right around the corner, just walking with a knife in his hand or whatever it may be at the time. My favorite Jason is, I call him, when he had the potato sack, it was before the mask. So my favorite Jason is Friday the 13th Part 2 with the mask, or the potato sack. I call him Potato Sack Jason. But he's my I even like the girl in there too, and I got a chance to meet her, so it was kind of cool. We Lewis and I, because we went to Mad Monster, and we were picking up the actors at the airport that year, and she happened to be one of them, and then the composer to Friday the 13th was the other one. And we had the same digital watch. So whenever that whole weekend, when the composer of Friday the 13th, he'd be like this the whole weekend. And so it was kind of cool. The Real Wolf Factor 37, that made my daughter mad. How can just walk, they run, and he's right there, and said that's Jason Voorhees. Yeah, I agree. They'd be running, tripping, water thrown at him, trying to get the key in the car. You know, that's the classic one where they're jumping into the VW Bug and or old car, whatever it may be, and they're like, oh my god, trying to get the key in, and Jason's like breaking the glass when he was like 5 miles away. So I always laugh when I see that now, but as a kid, you know, I was still, oh my god, that's Jason. Like he scared me he didn't scare me too much, but Michael Myers scared me when I was a kid. And then a little older, it was Freddy. Because Freddy could get you in your dreams. And that freaked me out. Because it was like, I could go to sleep and this guy could come after me? Oh, hell no. And there's a scene, I forgot which one it's in. And he, like the wall, it's like his figure. And it comes through the wall. But it's not his figure. It's like the wall expands. I forgot which one that is. That scene has always freaked me out. I forgot which movie that is because I'm more of a Friday the 13th fan, so I'm not, but I still like Freddy, but I don't know like 1, 2, or 3. Julie Moss, love Halloween, saw it at the perfect age of 14 when it first came out, but The Exorcist is my all-time favorite terrifying movie. Amy Goodhart, The Exorcist is the scariest film ever. It is. And at that time too, it was I think it came out the early 70s, and when it came out, that was crazy. Leslie's asking, do I like Hitchcock movies? I like Hitchcock, but I think the only one I've ever really seen, and it was bits of pieces, was The Birds. That's the one, for some odd reason, when you ever say Alfred Hitchcock, I think of The Birds. And did he do, hold on, I'm gonna look before I say something. Cause I don't know if he did or not. Where I can't even think of the movie right now. Like I'm going brain fart. The movie where Jamie Lee Curtis's mom is in. Psycho. There. I couldn't think of the movie. Never mind. Heather whatever saying The Omen got me. That one, for some odd reason, that one never got me. I just thought it was cool. I think, like, when I was a kid, I thought that one was cool. And with it was just cool. Like, how this little kid had influence on people. And with the big old Rottweiler that Gregory Peck didn't want in his house, or his character didn't want in the house. The Wolf Factor 37 is saying, I think Alfred Hitchcock would have been more successful in the 80s and 90s. I agree. I think even now, even if we were to watch it now, I think more people would be more they would be excited to see it than more in the, or when did it come out? Like the 50s? Because it was gray and black and white still. Lewis wants me to do the Wednesday dance. I don't. This half Korean, half white girl don't dance. Julie Moss is saying, what about Stigmata? I haven't seen that film in a long time. I just remembered it being crazy. I need to revisit that one. The Real Wolf Factor saying, my aunt's last name is Bates, and she had everything in her house that was psycho from that movie. I think I would have done the same thing. But then see, I kind of do the same thing because of my last name, and you have Dick Grayson, and there's a comic book named Grayson, so I had to get one of the comic books, and I have it on it's not in here, it's in my room, but I have a comic book that says Grayson. D Nice is like, I support this. Wednesday. Therese is asking, how has anyone ever seen the original black and white Children of the Damned? I don't think I have. Now that I think of it. Heather whatever saying Rosemary's Baby was good. It wasn't. It was more of like, I want to say Rosemary's Baby is more like a psychological horror, if I'm not mistaken. Because I've seen that many times and it's not scary. It's just like a what the moment. Jules is saying, Lisa, do the Wednesday dance. Spirit of the Trees is saying, Lisa's amazing, but she's comfortable when she's comfortable. That's true. I'm comfortable when I'm comfortable. Nerd Report's going, how much for to do the Wednesday dance? Suspiria, I think it is. That movie is like weird. If you ever want to see even the remake with Dakota Johnson, weird movie. Like, I think it's more of a that's another one where it's not scary, but it's like a WTF type of moment, like where you were like, what the heck is going on? Leslie's asking, will she do the dance, Lewis? Heather whatever saying it's a better book. Which one's a better book? Oh, Julie Moss is saying The Shining. The cinematography in that film is crazy. Come play with us, Danny. Probably. Rachel, thank you for joining. I'm glad you enjoyed it. D Nice is saying 1996 Pinocchio's Revenge. Of course, I was afraid of that. I was 6 when it came out and was left in a room alone with it on because everyone else was scared of it. They left a 6-year-old alone. I don't remember. I remember hearing that film, but I don't remember that film. So I may have to check that out. The Real Wolf Factor 37. I did hear Stephen King is coming out with a movie. Which movie was it? Because I heard, but I didn't quite. I don't quite remember which one. Heather whatever saying the book for Rosemary's Baby was better. I think the only horror book I really read was Hellbound Heart. Which is what Hellraiser is based on. And I did read, I wasn't really big on Stephen King, but there was one book, he had some weird, I forgot what the name of the book was actually. He had a weird, it was kind of like a horror. It wasn't like his regular horror, like The Shining, those types of books, or It. It was a different, and I actually enjoyed it, because usually with Stephen King, I just could not get into his books. The Boogeyman, yes, I do remember that. Stephen King's The Boogeyman. Teresa's saying it's been a long day. I know what you mean. I mean, it's still kind of early here, but I've been up since I went to work this morning, so I've been up since 5:30 in the morning. Thanks, Julie. The Hand That Rocks the Cradle. That's the one with what's her face, right? I can't think of her name right now. Oh my gosh. What's her name? What's her name, guys? That's gonna kill me. Kim Basinger? Am I thinking of the right thing? Right actor? Right actress? Oh, the one I like is Pet Cemetery. I like the remake too. And in fact, I have like the poster behind me, but that's the one for the remake, not the original one. But I thought that was crazy. There's one actor that's in it. I forgot his name, but whenever I see him in other he was also in Highlander. So whenever I see him in other films, I always think of him in Pet Cemetery. Hey, Alice. Spirit of the Tree says, I appreciate King's work, but I couldn't get into his written work. I am the same way. I just could not get into his books. I have a bunch of his books, but I just can't get into them. Rebecca De Mornay? Maybe that one? Actress? I could see her face. I just can't remember her name. Teresa's saying, I love his books. Have read a few several times. The one, the books the funny thing is, I read books about true crime. James Patterson, I haven't read books. I kind of stopped reading books for a while, but when I was reading books, I was really into James Patterson. And he has like, it's mostly like about cops and crime, and which was weird. I never really read any horror books. And it was always like also too, like I was a huge Divergent fan. Like I did read the Harry Potter series. I did read Twilight, but the one book that I could relate to was definitely Divergent, because there was the different, I'm not sure if you guys are familiar with Divergent, but there was different factions. And there was the one faction, Dauntless. And of course their colors were my favorite colors, was red and black. But at that time, my anxiety was crazy. And it was new to me. I've never had anxiety before. And all of a sudden I was just hit with anxiety. And while I know the reason, I just don't want to tell you guys the reason at this moment. But at that time, my anxiety was really bad. And I hate it. I still hate it to this day. Like, I don't let it control me. The only way I know to get over it is to face it. So, and when I read that book and I saw Dauntless and the fact that they were fearless, that was like where I grabbed onto them. And I was like, if they can do that, I can do that. Because they would be the faction that would jump off a bridge. They would, they would test your fear. They would push you to limits. And that was what anxiety initially is. It's fear. It's not knowing. It's your mind plays tricks on you thinking that this is going to happen when actually it's not. Like, I still have that where I fight with that, where my mind goes tangent, and I always think the worst of a situation, and then when the situation comes, it's not that bad, but I will push myself into it because I hate my anxiety. But that was one of the books that I could relate to when, and then I just stopped reading. I'll read articles and stuff, but I just stopped reading books. And I don't know why, I just stopped. Jules is saying it's Rebecca De Mornay in The Hand That Rocks a Cradle. Thank you. Daisy saying Rosemary Baby was AF. What about Children of the Corn? Oh my God, don't get me started with Children of the Corn. I love Children of the Corn. Malachi. He who rose the corn, or what was it? Was he who rose the corn? Like, my horror thing is I like when they take something innocent and they make it evil. Don't ask me why. I've just always been like that. So dolls don't scare me, none of that. I think if you have a creepy doll, I think it's cool. I'll go tonight, I'll sleep next to whatever. Like that, they don't freak me out. I like that. I don't know. I just like that. I like when they take something innocent and make it creepy. And Children of the Corn was that. It was like they were this cult and they became like, I don't know. It was like weird. It was like, I just like that movie. I gotta revisit that one. Teresa's saying, I just watched all three of the Divergent movies a couple weeks ago. The first one is the only one truest to the book. And you know how always when you watch movies, the books are better. And in this, it is. I felt like I was one that I'm getting ADD right now, but I read 50 Shades of Grey and I like that book, 50 Shades of Grey. I know if you guys are familiar with it. I haven't watched the movie. But I felt like 50 Shades of Grey and the book were kind of, neck and neck, divergent. I felt like the first one was good, and then Veronica Roth sold it to the other two movies. But now when I went back, I saw them maybe last year sometime. I rewatched them. And now that I don't remember the books, 2 and 3 aren't that bad. But if you read the books, 2 and 3 have nothing to do with the books. And then again, I think they never decided to do the fourth film because the main character in the book, I don't want to give it away, but spoiler alert, so guys, cover your ears. She, passes away in the last book, and I think they didn't want to do that. I don't know what really happened, but I feel like that was part of it, where she died, so they never finished it. So we're stuck with the 3 movies when there should have been an ending to it. But that's how I felt. I felt like Eli James from 50 Shades of Grey was more like the movie wise was more true to the book. It probably wasn't exact. They probably changed some things like they always do. Than Divergent was to the movie. I felt like she just sold it. Like she didn't care like what happened with her book. If that was my book, I would have been like, look, I don't care how much money you give me. So I felt like she was there for the paycheck instead of actually for her actual book. Cause I don't feel like they did justice to the book in the 2 movies. The first one was probably the only closest one. Jules is saying, oh my, 50 Shades of Grey. Christian Grey, yes. Well, Leslie, they never finished it because they divided the last book into 2 movies, which they started doing. I don't know why, but they do that now, and they never finished it. So they only ended it at 3 with Allegiance, which had nothing to do with the book. Nothing. Leslie Kohler saying, I hated the movies. Teresa saying, what's her face from Terminator also played in Children of the Corn? Yes, she was Linda Hamilton. She was in that movie. Spirit of the Trees is saying, listening, love you, Lisa. Teresa saying the Tommyknockers book and movie are completely different. I remember watching the Tommyknockers when I was in high school? I'm dating myself, sorry. I think I was in high school and we were watching it for something. Cuz I think I was in high school if I'm not remembering. High school or yeah, I think I was in high school. High school or before then, but I used to have an English teacher in high school. I remember my freshman year of high school. He used to let he would watch movies. He would have us watch movies, and I don't remember the reason why we watched movies. I think it had to do something with I don't know if it was like, I don't remember if it was like because we were good and it was like at the end of the week type of thing. And I remember watching The Princess Bride, and I had never seen that film before until that day, and I became a fan of it. But I remember too watching the Tommy Knockers, and I remember and I was just glued to it. I haven't seen that movie since then. Nerd Report saying Jules working 2 lives. Teresa said, I had to totally disassociate the book from the movie to enjoy it. Yes, you do. Because what happens is you're going to nitpick it. You're going to be like, why in the book it says so-and-so did this? Why did they change that? And that sometimes, that's why I also like reading the book better, because in the book, you read their thoughts. You see like how they're, or you read like how they're feeling. Like in the movie, you only see it by their acting. So it's weird. Like when I see certain things in Divergent, because I still remember some of the scenes when I read, and I'll say it out loud. Oh, in this scene, he was, from the first time he saw her, he was glued. Because I don't know if you guys are familiar. I'm gonna give a little spoiler about Divergent, but Triss was the first jumper when she chose Dauntless. So when she chose Dauntless, they got onto the train, and their first, like, I guess, what'd you call it? What's the word for it? The first task or test was they had to jump down a hole. So she was like, I did it. And in the book, it tells you that Eric was like, I think he said something to the fact like he didn't think she was going to do it, because she's like, they describe her as this frail, girl. So when she jumps down, that's the first time she meets Four, and Four meets Triss. And that's when he describes her eyes. And every time I see that scene, I remember what it said in the book. So I do agree with you, Teresa. Like, you kind of have to you do have to disassociate yourself from the book, because then you start nitpicking and you can't enjoy it. Because and also sometimes too, you can't put everything in the book in the movie. So you have to cut things out or it's going to be a little too long, or it might not make sense with the scene because you're reading it. What you read does not compose to screen type of thing. So I agree with you. Matthew saying, I never read the books, but I watched the movies. Spirit of the Trees, Lisa, this is why Lewis continues to promote. Lisa is amazing, sweet, and cute. Thank you. Jules, you can't super chat because I'm not monetized yet. I don't quite have the hours. I need to have 4,000 watch hours in order to get monetized. I reached the 1,000 subs, which is also another requirement. But I do have Cash App and PayPal. Thank you, D-Nice. Leslie's asking, what was the Betty Davis spooky show where they killed men? I don't know. Leslie, I think I'm at 2,000 watch hours. Or I was almost there. I think I was at 1836 or something like that. And I need 4,000. Somewhere around there. I have to check. I mean, it used to be easier, but YouTube kind of saw that everyone was jumping on, and so they added more restrictions. D Nice is saying I need a sponsor. Leslie's saying, keep it going, Lisa. I'm trying. No, I'm just kidding. Heather, whatever says, you'll get there. I will. I will. I definitely will. And I'm glad that you're able to watch me because I was kind of nervous going on because I wasn't sure how my home internet was going to react to it. But it looks like it's doing pretty good. So I'm not sure on your end if I was stuttering or everything. But if I do, please let me know. I know I'm trying to look at my phone and I'm looking down and I look like this. Teresa says, I've enjoyed this stream. Lots of topics that I enjoyed. I'm glad you enjoyed it. Thank you, Senior Space Gusto. You're doing great, Lisa. Thank you. I totally appreciate that, guys. Fozzie Dave is saying, get anti-anxiety apps to sponsor you. I don't know, because I kind of, my way of dealing with the anxiety is I exercise. Because if I don't exercise for a couple days, that's when I start feeling jittery. If I have too much coffee, I get jittery. So I have to have sleep. That's like a main thing. So lately, if I don't get enough sleep, that's when my mind starts to wander and or if I don't exercise, like I'll get jittery. And then once I exercise, I'm like, oh, that's why I was jittery. So I try to go out hiking. That's why I started hiking, to be honest with you, because it was a way to clear my mind. And you know how, I don't know if this affects you, but you know how when you go on Facebook and you see everyone posts like these, like, I don't know if they're actually happy posts, but you see all these happy posts. And then you sit there and I go, I don't have anything like that. And you start thinking. So what I did to help with my mind and with, because I do get depression every once in a while, but I haven't lately, but I do get it every once in a while. And what I did was I would go hiking and I would post my pictures. So that was kind of like, people would be like, why are you posting? Like I would post, a selfie of me. I probably looked like I was vain, but I would post a picture of my feet, so where the hashtag me and my feet come from, and that's where that came from. So if you ever see some of my pictures in the past, you'll see me, I'll be at a movie and you'll see my feet, and so that's kind of where that came from. So I would make my own adventures, my own happiness in a way. So that's where the hiking came from. And I just started taking pictures. I would take pictures of flowers. I would take pictures of the trail. I would take pictures of the mountains in the distance. And I would just post them. It'd be some random, like every time I went hiking. But that was my way of combating the depression and showing, hey, look, check out what I've got going on. Even though, like, I didn't care who saw it. But it was kind of, that's how it started, which was weird. I don't quite post the pictures anymore because I do the videos now, but every once in a while you'll see a picture of my feet come up. And then I created a hashtag Grey Wolf Adventures. So that was when I would go anywhere, I'd be Grey Wolf Adventures and me and my feet. The Real Wolf Factor 37 says, well, you're lucky. You're on the West Coast and you're 2 hours behind me, so I got to kick the bucket. My daughter will be up 6 sharp. You are awesome, but I will be with you every step of the way. Thank you. Totally appreciate that. Heather, whatever, I get winter blues. Yes, exercise. Yes, that's what it is too. Because in the wintertime, I know we have sunshine, but not all the time. So I do definitely need to, even if I'm going outside in the neighborhood and taking a stroll, like I need to get out. Like, and usually I'll come back and I'll be grounded and I'll feel great. Just even if it's just walking in the neighborhood, like that helps. D Nice is saying, what cameras do you have? Let's see if they can sponsor you. I just use my GoPro, or I'm using my phone. Mostly my GoPro. When I do the hiking videos, I mostly use my GoPro. And I didn't realize how much I liked that little camera until I started using it. Heather whatever says I post my shoes next to bear prints. If I see because sometimes when I'm hiking I'll see horse hooves or I'll see dog paws and I'll take pictures of those cuz I think those are cool. I've never done it, but I'll see like a random like sport shoe that somebody was hiking in the trail with and stepped in the mud, and I'll see the perfect impression. I'll put my foot right next to it and go, oh, they're about a size 9. Vicky has to say, Lisa, you're getting more confident in your live. So good to see you chatting. You're doing better than me. I have been a musician for 40 plus years and still hide from the camera, even on stage singing. You know what, Vicky? I didn't think I could do this, but I figured, hey, why not try it? So basically, just face it. That's what I do. I kind of just face it and try it once, because you can't sit and say, no, I can't do that. This and make it. I mean, I kind of was making excuses because I wasn't. The third person on the left sitting on my shoulder was giving me like, oh, your internet can't handle it. Your laptop is old. It's not a gaming computer. I don't have this. I don't have that. But hey, I tried it and it worked. So I was a little nervous today trying it, but it's working fine. So why not? I always say you're not going to know if anything works unless you try it. Heather whatever saying I could only walk 1 block this winter in snowshoes. I've never really walked in snow. I mean, I've been to the mountains in the snow and everything, but I've never really walked in an area where there's like 3 inches of snow, so I don't have that experience. But I know it's a good workout, especially shoveling. I can imagine shoveling the driveways and all that good stuff. D Nice is saying I grew up in Walnut and I'm still part of the Facebook group even though I'm not there anymore address wise, but horses are coming back. There used to be horses like a ranch behind my house, but they sold it to make warehouses. So I remember going to the bottom of the hill and I would see horses and I walked up to them and they actually came up to me. But there is one trail in Chino when I do walk it sometimes there's like a ranch right next to it, and every so often you'll see horses, and I'll stand by the fence not thinking that they would actually come to me, but they come to me and I'll start talking to them. I'm like, oh, horsey, I don't know if you're a boy or a girl, but horsey, like I'll start talking to them and they'll come up and I go, is it okay if I pet you? And they'll let me pet them and everything. So horses are cool. Heather, whatever, saying we got 17 feet of snow December to January. Wow, that is crazy. I don't know. I think I would like the snow. When I see it in pictures, I'm like, oh my god, it's snowing. I think probably after a couple days, I'm gonna be like, nope, take me back. Marcella, she's saying I love horses. I've never ridden a horse, but whenever I see a horse, I just light up. They're wonderful animals. Leslie saying, gotta jump an awesome stream, Lisa. Love you. Thank you for joining. I'm glad you enjoyed it. Teresa is saying the only reason I don't walk anymore aside from health issues is because I don't have a Walkman or someone to walk with. I like to walk by myself because I like to drown the world out, and then plus I walk a million miles per hour. So whenever somebody walks with me, it's hard to keep up with me unless I find someone that can walk as fast as me. But I like I was saying earlier, I like walking or hiking with music because it's just I like all kinds of music. I like discovering new music. So even my Spotify got me down saying that I'm an adventurer because I listen to all kinds of music, different genres. So I'm always looking for new music, new artists, new DJs. Nerd Report saying check my Cash App. Hold on. Let me check it. Jules, thank you for the Cash App. She says, so proud that you're conquering your anxiety. Thank you, Jules. Project Metal Music, welcome. Matthew saying, like, when you walk with Lewis can't catch up to Fast Ninja Lisa. Yes, he can't. If you notice, I'm always, like, way ahead of him when I'm walking. I just walk fast. I don't know what it is. So sometimes it's better if I just walk by myself. But then I like to because I like to listen to music. I like to breathe in the fresh air, see the scenery. Obviously, I'm not listening to the sounds, but if I have one out because it happens to die, which has happened, then I'm listening to the birds chirp on the other ear and then house music or whatever else I'm listening to in this ear. Cheryl saying, if you walk alone, please protect yourself. So many crazy bad people out there. Trust me, I know. I try to go to areas that are decent, but the Colorado Street Bridge kind of gave me, because I wasn't sure of the area. I've never been to that trail, so some of these new trails I'm kind of iffy with. And that's why I kind of was glad I had one ear open. But that one, I was actually looking around my shoulder and stuff because I didn't know the area. I didn't know if there was going to be any homeless, because you do, when I read, because I use an app called All Trails and people comment on them, and sometimes they'd be like, there's a homeless encampment, there's this, so I'm like, okay, I'm going to stay away from that one. Or they say, oh, my car got broken into, so I'll try to stay away from that one. So like I kind of use the comments to kind of gauge things, but it's still a little, I know Pasadena is still kind of a decent area, but you never know. I actually got certified for pepper spray in high school, believe it or not, but I don't carry it. I know how to use it, but I don't carry it because at one point I wanted to, in high school, I grew up idolizing my dad. My dad was I lost him 2 years ago. 2 years ago will be 3 this year. But I grew up. I wanted to be like my dad, so I wanted to be a police officer. I wanted to join the military, but that didn't happen because I had perfect attendance in high school. I was one of those, and the military physical or whatever it was on a school day, and I didn't want to miss school, so I decided not to go do that. I agree, Cheryl E. You just unfortunately never know. That's why usually before the channel I would pretty much hike the same areas because I knew those areas. I knew like what to expect. So hiking these because of the channel now I'm hiking different areas, which I love. Don't get me wrong, because it's forcing me to explore other trails, and I'm finding beautiful trails, in fact, that so I don't mind. But it's also that unknown fact that like when I get there, what to expect, who might be there, the area. So I try to pick areas that aren't super bad. Zero. Hi, Lisa. Kind of late. That's okay. At least you're here. Daisy, the Vegas Pisces, saying, Grayson Report, you need to be certified to carry pepper spray. No, I don't think you do now, but I think back then when I was in high school, way back in the million years I was in high school, to carry a certain amount of pepper spray, you needed to be certified. So I was certified to carry the big ones, like the law enforcement people was able to carry. I'm assuming. I guessing that's what it is. I don't remember because it was so long ago. Thank you, Jules. She's saying, I'm very sorry for your loss. Hearts up for Lisa, please. Thank you, Jules. I don't remember. Like, honestly, I'm trying to think what. I think it was. There was a certain amount that regular people can carry, civilians could carry pepper spray, but to be certified to carry I think I was even mace certified. Like, I could use mace. I don't think I went through because I know in the police academy, I think they actually spray you with pepper spray, but I never got sprayed with it. I don't think I want to get sprayed with it. Hold on, let me check. Check in my, because I don't want to miss anybody. D-Nice, thank you for the PayPal donation. She says for your savings. Thank you. Zero Ortiz is asking, Lisa, have you ever encountered a disrespectful man following you and gotten scared? No, I've never actually had that happen. I don't, just no one messes with me. I've never had that happen. I don't know if they think I can kick their ass or something, but I've never actually had that happen, or just maybe the way maybe I have that vibe where they're like, oh, don't mess with that girl. But I've never had that happen. I've never had anybody follow me, even though I do look, even pulling in my driveway, because I was watching, it's weird, because on YouTube I come across random videos, and one of them is Ring camera videos. And majority of the videos I see are people going in their house and they're not realizing what's happening behind them. So ever since I've seen that, even getting out of my car, I know I live in a decent neighborhood, but I still look. I'm like, oh my God, there could be some random guy like, but no, I've never actually had that happen. And I think they probably think I can kick their ass or something, or my vibe. I don't know. Heather whatever says, I accidentally zapped myself with a stun gun. My dad had stun guns, and I remember coming in and like hitting one because I was curious about it, but I never, I didn't hit myself with it, but I would like hold it and go bzz, and I was like, oh no. Pepper spray, I believe it actually has pepper in it, hence the name. Mace, I'm not sure. Mace, I think it's like a, I'm not sure, but I remember distinctly that pepper spray actually had peppers in it. Julia Land says something bad just happened here in Studio City. What happened? Heather, whatever, saying, I remember when you spoke of your dad. I am definitely like daughter, like father. I am pretty much like my dad. Senior Space Gusto saying Capetian oil. Cheryl E. saying, I once had a friend that had someone follow her. The faster she walked, the faster he did. So she ran to a yard and pretended to eat lawn grass, and that scared him away, fortunately. Wow, that's scary because I've seen some of those videos and it's scary, and a lot of the times it's like they barely make it inside their house, and then the guy is like pounding the door like he owns the place, and it's like that's scary. Rebecca Gallant is asking, what is the difference between bear mace and human mace? That I don't know. Julia saying they had to rescue someone off a molehill in between Laurel Canyon and cold water. Wow. Ma- that's crazy. Teresa, Studio City is in the LA area? Oh, wow. Julia's saying she apparently drove off and landed in trees. Wow. That is crazy. That is crazy. Cheryl E. saying she was scared out of her mind, but she was smart in what she did. Yeah, she was, because like I think the eating of the grass was like the guy was like, "Oh, she's a loony. I am staying away from her." So it was smart that she did that because it kind of distracted. It's either that or if you're in that situation, like run where there's like depending on where you are though, if you're in a neighborhood, like I don't think nowadays if you're pounding on a neighbor's door they would let you in, or I would suggest that, but that yeah, cuz nowadays like people are very they're not welcoming like they used to be cuz crazy things have been happening. So that if you're in that situation, like wow. But luckily, like I said, I've never been in a situation like that where I've had someone follow me. I even when I'm driving home because they always say to, pay attention to who's behind you. And even that too, like I check because and there was one time a guy was driving. He happened, I guess he lived on my street, so he's following me, or supposedly. So I went the other way, but I knew it wasn't a danger, but I still went the other way just in case. Nerd Report saying press 1 if you think Lisa's kicking ass today. Fozzie Darasane happened to me once about 11 p.m. I stopped a lady in a car. She was scared too and wouldn't get out of the car but drove along the street with me. It's cuz some people can be crazy. Like I was at the gas station. It's weird. Like there's where I live there's like the south, I don't know, there's like the ghetto side and I guess or it kind of it's a good area, but there's like the side where we have bums. And I was going to the gas station, filled up my car. Luckily I was already in my car, and not to tie. And then a bum or a homeless person, they started yelling at me. I was like, nope, I'm going. I'm not doing anything. I'm just driving by you. Like, why are you yelling at me? So it's like, even that, I was luckily I had finished filling up because she had a large can on her. She's been, drinking. So Fozzie Dare was so scary. He was like 6 foot plus and I'm not. Yeah, that is. But honestly, it doesn't matter how big a person is if you have technique or you have a plan. So size does not matter in some cases. But that was just crazy. I was just getting gas and hey, she just started yelling at me. I still can't believe it. It was like the other day. She was like, hey! I was like, why are you hating me? Like, I'm driving I'm not anywhere near you. Rebecca's saying it's awful when people need help and other people turn them away. I agree, but at the same time, because of the way things go, they don't know if that person is being real. You know what I mean? Because there's so many criminals that like to trick people. I hate to say it, but there is. So when you see someone on the side of the road, that person may need help, but you don't know what their intentions are. Nowadays, because of news reports of people, of things happening to people, or so it sucks. It does suck because before, like, everybody trusted their neighbor. They didn't have to lock their doors and they don't have to lock their car doors. In fact, my neighbors don't lock their car doors. They probably don't lock their doors either. I probably can just walk in, but that's besides the point. But before you could, like in the 50s, you could just have your door, all your neighbors, you can have your car unlocked, your door unlocked. But now you can't do that because there's actual people that would just walk in and just come into your house and you don't know what they're there for. You don't know who this person is. You don't know what they're going to do. You don't know if they have a weapon on them. You don't know. And it's scary. Zero Ortez is saying too many crazy things that happen to me, so carry your pepper spray. Therese is asking, so if 50 people watch you for an hour, does that equal 50 hours for you? I don't know how it works. To be honest with you, I don't know how it works. I really don't know how it works. Lisa saying my daughter's friend lives a block down. We can see the house. There's been a man following her and her friend before in just the short walk. We watch her walk there or back every time now. That is crazy. Even the videos of I hate, like, nowadays you can't even have your kids walk from school because you got those creepers following them. Like, I've seen so many videos and it terrible the way it is now. Senior Space Gusto. Have you guys ever seen Ring doorbell footage on YouTube of people trying to get into people's houses? Yes, I have. Like, that's one of my things that I watch. I watch on YouTube. There's two things I watch. Either I watch if one of my favorite DJs has a new music video, so I'll watch that on YouTube. Or if I'm trying to figure out what's the specs of a new phone, whatever, I'll watch like tech things. But like my new thing is I'll watch the spooky videos caught on tape, or I'll watch the Ring videos. And those are what made me think to look behind my back, because those are crazy. Like, people just walk up and they'll try to open the door like they own the place. It's like, it was one video I was watching, the guy was like, I have my 45, if you don't go away, it was crazy. That guy was like smart. He probably didn't even have anything, but the guy just looked and he walked away. But, those are crazy. Super crazy. I didn't realize how many crazy people, and I guess one of them was they made it into their house, but they didn't realize what was behind them, and these people were going to rob them or something. But they ended up not robbing them, but robbed someone else that same day. But they caught the people. But it was crazy because they had got into their house fast enough that they turned away and left. But those videos are crazy. If you guys haven't seen the the door video cameras videos, you got to check those out, because that kind of opens your eyes and kind of make you think like, oh, I got to pay attention to what, my surroundings are. I can't just think like, even if you're in a good neighborhood, still pay attention to your surroundings. Nerd Report says, yep, 50 people for an hour is 50 hours. And he also says, please keep the questions coming. D Nice says, I think I used up all my rapid fire questions the other stream. D Nice was asking me random things like Disneyland or Universal Studios, Xbox, PlayStation. And I also like the spooky videos that I like to watch. This is from Reddit user 5467. This is what, watch the video and tell me what you think. And then it would show like I guess they compile videos on this YouTube channel. They compile videos from different like Reddit users, TikToks, Facebook, and I'm not a big UFO. I like aliens, but I'm not a big UFO believer. I'm not going to believe them until they actually, zoom me up onto their UFOs and I actually see their beautiful alien faces. That's when I'm going to believe in aliens, which is weird because I never really believed in aliens, but I like aliens. But the ghost ones, I'm kind of like, oh, because I'm like, I get, the problem is with technology and editing, you can add things into your things, but I'm not dismissing the possibility that stuff can happen. But, or a lot of times you'll look at something and be like, that's a guy, look at how it's walking. But what this channel does is it compiles videos, which I'm sure it takes them a long time to do, because that editing is probably like, I love editing, but at the same time it's very tedious. It takes a long time. So I can imagine like compiling all these little videos all at once. And he goes, Reddit user, this is from Reddit user Fireblaze, and this is captured in his backyard. And you would see like this shadow just walk by the camera and you're like, wow, oh no, that's smoke. Or I'll be like, oh no, that actually kind of looks real. Or so that's the channel I don't know. I just came across it. It's weird how I just came across it and now I watch them all the time. Actually, I'm behind. So maybe after the stream, I need to catch up and watch them. Zero Ortiz saying, I love everything that's spooky or haunted. So do I. It's one of my favorite things. Jules is asking what my favorite meal ever? That's hard question because I like food. I don't know what my favorite meal ever. Maybe I'd have to say pizza. I have to say pizza because it's easy to make and Zero ETs is saying not an alien freak, not my thing, but they do exist. Like every time they talk about UFOs, which it seemed like it's always in Latin America when they post videos, which is weird. This is from Costa Rica. I don't know it's Latin America, somewhere in South America, where they always post that there's UFO sightings. And every time those go on, I'm like, I kind of just zone out. I go on my phone looking at like what's going on, checking my emails or whatever it might be. And then it'll go back to a ghost one. And I'm like, oh, so it's weird. They have to abduct me, bring me on my ship. I probably can't use my phone or I'd try to take a selfie for me to believe. I don't know. But I don't dismiss, there's got to be life on other planets. There has to be. But, I just don't believe, I don't know. I just can't grasp that they're coming here. I don't know, but I do believe in life on other planets. There has to be. D Nice is asking, do you have any OCDs? Like you have to start walking on the right foot or you need to bow down making under a lamppost? Not really. The only one I kind of maybe is a little is making sure the front door is locked. Like I'll always because that's the main thing. I don't want anybody coming into my house. But other than that, not really. Heather, whatever, saying UFOs, you guys had better have a bathroom in there and what's for lunch. I'll probably go, what's up, guys? If they let me use my phone, I'll be like, what's up, Grayson Report? I am coming to you from a UFO. I met these two wonderful aliens to my right here. This one's Arg. This one's Uric. I don't know. I would do that. Even if I saw, you know how you see those memes where they show a picture of some scary thing and they go, you see this at the foot of your bed. What do you do? And I always say, I'll take a selfie. So that's probably what I'd be doing. I'd be like this with the aliens behind me. Teresa's asking, what do you think about the theory that aliens are just earthlings visiting from the future? Possibility, because they have to travel super fast just to get here. And so their technology, maybe it's a possibility, but it could also just be another species as well. Heather, whatever's asking, do they have coffee in space? I hope they do, because I'm going to need coffee in the morning. I hope they have very good room service on the UFO. Zero T says, I used to leave my front door unlocked, but one day someone tried to come in. In fact, I guess there was... because I'm part of the city group on Facebook, so they always post about what's going on in the city I live in. And they were saying one of the homeless guys, because we since lately I've seen more and more, and I don't know if it's because of they're coming from other cities or if it's because of what's going on with the high prices of everything, but They were saying he was going door to door, banging on people's windows. That is scary. The person posted, police have already been contacted, because usually every time I read them, the first one was like, did you contact the sheriffs? Did you contact the sheriffs? Senior Space Gustos practice the music from Close Encounters. Cheryl E., we have to try that white coffee brew. He had it on the table. We just have to make it. We just haven't had a chance yet. Lisa saying my roommate just walked in. I jumped. Jules is asking, do I believe in spirits? I do. I do believe in spirits. I do. I know with the technology, like I was saying, because of technology and editing, it's hard to believe what's not real and what's not. But I do believe that the existence of paranormal, like of spirits, I do believe in that, and I do believe that we do get signs from loved ones that have passed, and I do believe that things happen for a reason as well. So I do believe in spirits. I've just never actually had an experience, like an actual experience. I've had weird when I was a kid, I would have this reoccurring dream. It was a weird dream. I remember it. It would be like I would be looking out the window, the sliding glass window. It was in this house. Sliding glass window, and I would see like these creatures. There would be a tent, and I would see like these creatures, and it was a reoccurring dream. I would have it more than once, and I don't know what it meant, but I would have it. Or I would hear, like, in this house, I would hear my name, and I'd be like, what? And then I didn't say anything. So, yeah, it's weird. Like, I had those type of experience, but those kind of things, maybe paranormal, I don't know. Or I've had banging on the window. I remember my parents went on vacation, and I was in my room in this house. I was in my room, and I think I was in the front of the room in the front of the house, because I moved rooms. I went from the room that was in the back of that, or in the front of the house, to the one in the front. But I think this time I was in the front of the house, and I heard banging on the window, like because there's bars. So I heard banging, and I was in the house by myself, scared the crap out of me, locked my door. I said, you know what? Whatever it is, they could come in. I'm staying in this room. I don't care. Woke up the next morning. I wouldn't even go out to the bathroom. That's how freaked out I was. I remember it. It was like a banging. And no one was in the house but me. And I remember waking up the next day, just looking at everything. Everything was fine. I even went to that window and everything was fine. So that's something I can't explain. And it's a weird thing is it happened again, like maybe a couple years later, but I was in a different room and the banging was on the opposite window. And that same thing freaked the hell out of me. Didn't come out of the room, didn't use the restroom, did nothing, stayed in the room until the morning. I was so freaked. Got out, nothing. I cannot explain what that was. That is just, yeah, I don't know if it's something, if it was an actual person or if it was something paranormal, like trying to get in. But I didn't open anything. I did not even come out of my room because that scared the crap out of me. And I remember I haven't had anything like that since, but that scared the crap out of me. I really actually thought somebody was breaking into the house. Heather, whatever, saying, Lisa, I've got goosebumps with your story. Jules is saying, I do believe too. Lisa saying my dad passed in 2020 and I feel he's my guardian angel and watches out for me in certain ways. Um, Lisa, my dad passed away the same year as well, and I know he's with me. And whenever I get sad, I always remember that he wouldn't want me to be sad. And whenever I feel like I'm weak, because I never knew this about my dad until I went to his celebration of life when all his friends, and it was people, it was guys I grew up with, so I knew all these guys, and they were like, oh my god, I haven't seen you since you were this small. And but their stories inspired me, so whenever I feel like I'm weak or anything, I think that I come from a leader. That was how inspiring these men were and how they were talking about my dad. And in a lot of ways, I'm the same way. Like, my dad wanted to help people, and I'm kind of the same way. So it's like I see it just inspired me so much to be a better person after that. And I never knew that about my dad. So it was cool to hear about that. But I do know he's with me all the time. In fact, this room used to be his old office. And I don't know if you see behind me that little white camera way back there. Well, I installed that camera just because, because I have, my DJ equipment here. So I installed that camera. And a month or two later, I started getting orbs. And in fact, which is weird. It used to freak me out, but now I don't. Spending time in here, it doesn't freak me out anymore. Like, it doesn't feel different. I don't feel a heaviness. So I always go, when I'm looking at the camera, I'm like, oh, the ghost is back. And it happens at random times. Like, I think it happened a couple days ago. So usually it comes from that side. But the last time it was like right in front of the camera. So it was weird. It was like it knew the camera was on. It was like, hello. But I have no idea what or who that is. Zero T's is saying, I don't know, but I had bad vibes a while back. Bad dreams, shadows, but they wouldn't go away. Next day, went to church, got holy water, and put it in every room. Negative energy went away. Wow. Yeah, it's weird. I don't feel negative energy here, so I don't think whatever it is bad. Jules is saying that's your dad visiting you. It could, very well. It could also be my mom because I did lose her to cancer about 20 years ago. Could be both of them, but they're both my guardian angel. Lisa is saying, yeah, you can vibe if spirits are good or not. True, you can. You can feel it. But I don't feel, like I said, I don't feel any different. It used to, because when I first saw the orbs in this room, I was like, oh my God, what is this? Like, I'm kind of afraid to put a camera somewhere else. Because I thought of doing that just to see if if I catch anything else. But I'm kind of afraid to do that because I don't want to, because I toss and turn at night, and I was like, oh, I could put a camera and see like what I'm doing when I'm sleeping. But then again, I was like, no, I don't want to, because then I'm gonna see some figure sitting next to me, like patting me on the head or something. I don't want to see that. Vicky's saying if you feel a positive energy, it's usually a family member or friend popping in to say hi. Yes. Or it could just be a friendly spirit. D Nice is saying, don't encourage them. I know I don't. I don't want to know. Like I said, I don't want to wake up and or I don't want to view footage of me sleeping and there's someone patting me on the head or something. No, that I've never seen before. Rebecca is asking, do you believe in reincarnation? I know Buddhists do. They believe that what you do in this life can affect what you do in the next life. Um, I do believe that you can come back. Because I know there's people that had past lives, like they'll have memories of like the Civil War and they weren't even alive during the Civil War. So I believe that can happen. I do believe that can happen. Or they have memories of being on a ship when they've never been on a ship before. Like I do believe that can happen. I do believe that you can be. They always say also too that we all have a doppelganger. So I haven't found someone that looked like me yet, but I'm wondering if there is. Grayson Report, or Jules is saying, Grayson Report, I didn't know about your mom. I'm so sorry, but yes, it could be her too, but I'm leaning toward your dad because that's his space. That's what I was thinking too. Sorry, guys, I'm looking at the. Daisy, I am sorry for it because I saw the and I missed your. I'm sorry for your loss. For both. I'm very sorry for your loss. I know it's tough. Nerd Report's like, let's get the hours in. I know it's tough, Daisy, because I'm going through it but what I think to get through it is that my mom and dad wouldn't want me to wallow. They would want me to live life. They would want me to be the best that I could. And so that's what gives me strength and keeps me going. But don't get me wrong, it is hard. It is. And my dad, it had always been me and my dad for the longest time. Like and when my dad, it hit me harder with my dad because it was always just me and him. And I keep thinking that, oh, I'll see him and now I don't. And I know it affected my stepmom like terribly. And I miss like the get-togethers with my stepmom even, but I understand because it's tough. I know all those get-togethers was with my dad and it was to bring the family together. And now that my dad's not here, it's different. It's way different. But I did gain a wonderful stepmom and a wonderful stepsister, so I'm very thankful for that. My stepmom has always treated me like I'm her own. She always has. So I'm grateful that I have a wonderful mother. But I know it's super hard. Just keep your head up, Daisy. I know it doesn't seem like it's gonna get easier, but it does. And they're with you. They are with you. And I know it's not the same about physically being with you, but they are with you. And I always feel my parents with me wherever I go. Don Von E, love the chat. It's wonderful how comfortable you're doing this live. I know, right? Like I don't talk. I don't really talk. If you I'm kind of like I'm a shy person, so it's weird that I'm talking, but I guess when I have things to talk about, I guess I do talk. Rebecca's saying this is a good therapy session. Well, sometimes honestly, sometimes therapy is just talking. It's just getting things off your chest. Cheryl saying, Grayson Report, sorry for your loss. And you're right. We feel them wherever we go. We do. And then, we do. They're with us wherever we go, and they're our guardian angels, and we'll forever have a guardian angel. Next time I do this, I'm definitely going to use my tablet because it's like this with my phone. Cheryl saying, Grayson Report, we're loving the conversation and interaction with you. I'm glad you're enjoying it. I am enjoying it too. D Nice is saying she didn't realize she was on low battery. She's huddling by the wall now. I hate when that happens. I'll be like, oh, I was like, oh, I have 5 more seconds. And then my phone died on me the other day. Luckily, my phone's plugged in, so we're good. I actually need to plug in my tablet. It's behind me because I use my tablet on my exercise bike. But amazingly, you cannot see my exercise bike. You can kind of see it. Jules is saying, I lost my dad in 1970 and mom in 81 on the same day, and it never goes away. You just learn over time to move forward, and it does get easier, but it never leaves you. Super true. Super true. Totally agree with you, Jules. D Nice is saying, mentioned on Nerd Report, both my grandparents passed near my birthday. Mom's funeral was on the 19th birthday. Dad's mom was taken off of life support on the 24th. I feel them every year. At Grayson, I'm all because I'm reading ahead. Daisy, the Vegas Pisces. The thing is that I haven't grieved. I just been an autopilot, just going on life, and haven't cried since the day I lost him so much, so I forget my dad's anniversary and mom's. So we all grieve differently, and honestly, I didn't realize how much my dad affected me until later, because it wasn't as bad with my mom because we kind of expected. My dad was all of a sudden. And I always felt that he was going to live a lot longer. I knew that we didn't have a lot of time with him, but I knew that and it was just sudden and it affected me. And like I said, it had always been my dad and me for the longest time. So it really affected me. But we all grieve differently. Sometimes it just hits me out of nowhere. And I'm like, oh man, this really does affect me. But just knowing that they're with us is what helps me. It may not help you, but that's what helps me. And like I said, I know my mom and dad wouldn't want me to not live life because all they wanted was the best for me. They wanted me to be successful. They wanted me to be able to take care of myself. And that's what I carry with me. And I carry the honor of my dad with me all the time, wherever I go. Daisy said she felt guilty 2 days later for getting and still didn't cry. Like, what the F is wrong with me? There's nothing wrong with you, Daisy. It's just you're taking the process differently. And maybe that's your way of protecting yourself. It's not that you're forgetting. Maybe it's just your mechanism for protecting yourself. So don't ever feel guilty. It could just be what you're using to grieve, because we all grieve differently. Teresa's saying, I'm going to try to get to the 3 hour mark if you go that long, but I'm starting to fade. We'll see what the coffee does. I don't know if I'm going to go that long. I may stop after a while. Let me see. Cuz I'm still enjoying myself, but I don't know if I'm going to go that long. We'll see. Heather, whatever saying so true, Lisa. That's what I want for my kids. Daisy saying too, my dad was sudden from COVID. My mom fought cancer. She was young first, but even though cancer didn't get her, COVID caught her too. I am so sorry, because I know the pandemic, the Bud Light virus was horrendous, and I sorry for your loss, because that was definitely, and it looked like I was seeing the dates, it was super close together. But Daisy, you got this, girl. Like, I see you got this. You're living life. I know you're grieving, but you got this. D Nice is saying, have you ever heard something familiar of a post loved one randomly? My cousins are here right now, and their mom, my grandmother, passed in 2019. Sometimes I hear her slurping watermelons like she used to. I've never had that happen, but I don't dismiss it. It's a possibility, because it's something you're used to, and you hear. Do you mean like if you hear it randomly, like if you're just sitting on the couch or something and you just hear it, or is it like a constant thing? D Nice. Sorry to hear down Van E. I have a weird my dad's dad, my grandfather. He passed away before I was even born, but I have a memory of him taking me to Disneyland. I don't, it's weird. And then it was funny, because I would have like dream, I guess, I don't know how, a dream. We'd be driving on the freeway to go to Disneyland, which is the 57 here. Um and I'd be in this big like 50 style car, cuz I remember it was like a big 50 styles car. It was black. And he would be in because the only time I ever saw my grandfather was in pictures, which I have one in here actually. I have one of my grandmother and my grandfather. And in those pictures he's always wearing a suit. So in this dream or memory, which I always thought it was a memory because I had no idea he had passed before I was born. He was wearing like 50s, garb with the hat and everything, and he's taking me to Disneyland. When my years had passed, and now I'm like, how old was I? I was older. I was like in my 20s. My grandmother passes away, and she gets, not to be morbid, but she gets buried next to my grandfather, and I see the date that he had passed away, and it was way before I was born. And I was like, so it makes me think of, what was this, a dream or what? Why? It was a reoccurring one too as well. Like, that's the weird thing about me. I had reoccurring dreams. And one of them was of my grandfather. And I always thought it was a memory until I saw that he passed away long before I was born. So it's weird. I don't know if that was his way of introducing himself to me, but maybe that was because he was like, "Oh, my granddaughter, my only granddaughter," because I'm an only child. So maybe that was his way of saying hi to me. I don't know, but it was weird. It kind of it didn't freak me out, but it just like made me think like, wow, were those dreams? Were those memories or what? Zero Ortiz is saying that's why I live life happy and full of love because there's so much nastiness. I agree. No sense of worrying about, no sense of worrying about things, and no sense of, I mean, I know things are hard, but still try to live life because you only have this one life to live. Don Van E saying, I've heard my grandma's voice a bunch since she passed. Heather, whatever, saying my recurring dream was women with flowers instead of heads. One parade in Disneyland, I saw them. I was so happy. That is crazy. That's kind of cool, though. Jules is asking, do you dream that you can fly? I used to dream. I don't dream so much now. I don't know. I think it's because I don't sleep as well, maybe, but I don't dream as much now. But I used to have dreams that zombies were chasing me. I would always be running and I'd be waking up and I'm like, why am I running, or monsters or something chasing me? That used to be the thing. I used to have like zombies chasing me, creatures chasing me. I used to be screaming in the dream and then I would wake up and I'm like, whoa, I was screaming. Like I would have dreams, not nightmares, I would say, but I'd be running. Don Vonnie saying visiting in dreams is common. It's great he could do that. Yes, I enjoy. I'm gonna take it, even though it's probably a dream, but I'm gonna take it as a memory. Daisy the Vegas Pisces, she's saying at Jules, at Shelly E, at Shelly F. I forgot there's two Shellys here. At D Nice and everyone I miss, thank you for your lovely words. I truly appreciate you. Thank you so much. Heather, whatever, saying scary. I hate zombies. Aline Bernard, my grandmother called 30 years before she came to me in my dreams. I used to dream a lot about my mom, and I always took that as she came to check up on me. I don't dream so much of my dad, but I think my dad knows that I'm okay, and I would rather have him check on my stepmom, which my stepmom has said she's had dreams of my dad, which I've had one dream with my dad. And but my stepmom would be, oh, I had this weird dream, like we were walking up. So she's been having the dreams, which I would honestly rather have him check on my stepmom, because my stepmom, it 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 really affected her worse than me. Teresa's saying, speaking of dreaming about monsters, my first dream that I flew in was borrowing the wings of a vampire. Pretty cool. Shauna Williams saying, well, I didn't get the live notification, but I'm here now. Wow, what a cool setup. Thank you. I feel like it's kind of like cluttered back there, but I have my layers back there. But I kind of wanted to show my Funko Pops that you can kind of see back there. Notifications. And Teresa's saying, but I've watched horror since I was way little. Same here. I remember, if you guys remember, V. I don't know if you guys remember V. It was a TV series way back in the day. Way back. I'm aging myself, but I don't know if you remember V. Oh no, I'm buffering. It's probably. But I remember waking up when I was young and my dad would be watching it and I would watch it. I don't know if it was V. Yeah, it was V. Yeah, it was V. But I liked V. I don't know if you guys know are familiar with it. Heather, whatever, saying you have a good heart, Lisa. Thank you. Nerd Report saying stay on. If it buffers, it will be back. Nerd Report saying I'm good now. D Nice, she's saying, oh, one time I was sleeping on a bunk bed, had a nightmare I was being attacked by a demon, and my mom's mom, who passed in an earthquake, never slept on a bunk. Yeah, I don't think I would want to sleep. I like bunk beds. I've never had one, but I've always wanted one. Even now, I still kind of want one, but I don't know if I would roll off of it and then end up dreaming that I'm falling off of something and then wake up and I'm like, oh, my back hurts. Yeah, I don't think I want to try it. I think I'm safe on the bed I have now. Matthew Coburn saying, yes, I watched V. The creator of V directed Short Circuit 2. Teresa saying Robert Englund played the alien Willie in V. Yes, it's weird. I knew that's where I know him from, not from Freddy. Zero T's is asking, what do I collect? A lot of things. Unfortunately, a lot of things. Too much things. I go on spurts. Like I'll start collecting one thing and then I'll lose, I don't know, I lose interest in it and then I'll start collecting something else and then I'll be like, "Oh, that." And then I'll like, I don't know, I have ADD when it comes to collecting. When I was a kid, I wrote Mark Singer, who played Mike Donovan in V. One of my favorite movies as a kid, I need to get the poster, was, speaking of Mark Singer, was Beastmaster. I don't know if you guys remember that movie, but I remember watching that. That's another movie I used to watch over and over and over again, was Beastmaster. I need to get that poster. I've been looking. I know I can find it. I just haven't been. I would look and then I would stop looking. So I need that poster. I've been wanting because that's another movie I used to watch frequently when I was a kid. I think I watched Indiana Jones more, but I did Beastmaster. Now that you mentioned Mark Singer, that was I could still I even go back and watch it and I can still enjoy it. D Nice is asking banana bread or pumpkin bread. I have to say banana bread on that one. But I'm pretty sure they're both good, but I think I prefer banana bread because I think it's easier to make. I don't know if it's easier to make. I've never tried it, but it actually has actual bananas in it. I don't know. Well, pumpkin can too, but I think I prefer banana. Daisy the Vegas Pisces is like, oh my god, Beastmaster was the shit. It was. I loved that movie. And it looks like a lot of you guys know Beastmaster. We just did it ourselves. Don Von E says my husband watched it every chance he got. I do. I'll try. If I see it on streaming, I'll click on it because it's just one of those things like, oh my gosh. Like, I just love that movie. I can watch it over and over again. Fuzzy, Fuzzy Dare saying if you all start talking about food, I'm going to have to go and eat. Oh my god. D Nice is saying, oh my god, speaking of Beastmaster, I heard I was almost named Dorothy, so one of my sisters nicknamed me Dor when we were kids. No way, crazy. Heather, whatever, saying I like Never Ending Story. Oh my gosh, Never Ending Story. Atreyu, the scene with his horse. Oh my gosh, brings up the tears. And then what was it, Falcor? Oh my gosh, I haven't seen that movie in so long. I love that. I liked that movie. That was just like a cool fairy. Cool. It was cool. Teresa K is saying, I want to name my son D'Artagnan. Loved that movie. I always wanted to cuddle up with Falcor. He was so fluffy. Daisy the Vegas Pisces saying, what about banana bread or carrot cake? I don't really like carrot cake. So I'd have to go with banana bread. I don't like. I mean, I've had carrot. It depends on, I guess, who makes it. I've had it and liked it, but I'm not a big fan of it. Jules is asking what toppings do I like on pizza. Um, I like. I know probably a lot of people don't like this, but I like pineapple. So I always get olives, garlic, pineapple, and bell peppers. And I was gonna get a pizza today, but I decided to get something else. I don't know if any of you guys were, because Matthew mentioned Jack Black. I don't know if any of you guys are X-Files fan, and you remember the episode DPO where Jack Black was in it. Every time I see Jack Black, that's what reminds me of. And yeah, I still remember the episode name. That's crazy. Teresa saying she loves herself some Hawaiian pizza. Hey, because I know every time I say pineapple, people are like, ew, what do you like pineapple? I go, I like pineapple on my pizza. Come on. It's not that bad. D Nice is going, oh my god, I remember that episode of X Files. What for you guys that have watched the X Files, what was your favorite episode? Um I kind of didn't become a fan. So I'm going to go in a little story. I didn't become a fan of the X Files till the second season. And I remember, I think the first episode I ever saw was with, trying to think. I remember it was there was an episode called 3 with the vampires. And it had David Duchovny's girlfriend in it at the time. She was in that episode. And then I remember just all of a sudden watching, I came in with .com. Oh my god, I remember all the episodes name. And then from then on it just went. So it was the Color Shari. It's the Humbug. Humbug is actually one of my favorite episodes. I liked Humbug and Humbug. And I know Home got actually they wouldn't play that episode in some places because of the subject matter. I know a lot of people like Home, but mine was Humbug. I enjoyed that one to death. Matthew Coburns is saying, I like the X-Files episode where they were on cops. That one, I don't remember. I don't remember that one. It's been a while since I watched the X-Files. Lucy Liu was also in an X-File, which was crazy. There were so many actors in the X-Files that are now like super big, but they weren't real known at the time when they were on the X-Files. Lucy Liu was in the episode Hell Money. Oh my god, I remember the episode names. That's crazy. Hell Money, the one where they would sell body parts. It was I remember her being in that episode. That's crazy. And then like Jack Black being in DPO where he would be like, Mrs. Kavit. Oh my god, I remember all those. That's crazy. Jules is saying pineapple doesn't belong on a pizza, but a pineapple upside down cake is good. I don't think I've ever had a pineapple upside down cake. D Nice is saying, I love all of them. Just rewatched. I can't pick a fave out of all. Give me 5 minutes. I know what you mean. Like, that's why I say I started at season 2. I think that was probably my favorite season. Teresa saying it's been too long. I don't remember what my favorite episode of X-Files. I know it's been a while. I need to rewatch them. Daisy the Vegas Pisces saying, I just watched a movie on Netflix today called You People. I saw that one, the You People, and it had Mulder. Oh, it had David Duchovny in it, but was starring Jonah Hill and Eddie Murphy amongst a huge cast. How was that film? Because I've seen it on there. I remember I didn't watch D Nice. She goes, oh my god, Hercules and Xena. I didn't really watch those shows, but I remember those shows. Teresa's asking Angel or Spike. Are you talking about Buffy the Vampire Slayer, Teresa? I think I didn't really watch Buffy the Vampire Slayer, but I think there was an angel on there. I don't remember. Fozzie Dare saying in Scotland, we have deep fried pizza. Wow. I'd have to try that. That sounds interesting. Heather, whatever, saying I like the Buffy movie better. I wasn't really a fan of Buffy. I don't know. I couldn't get into her for some odd reason. Even the TV series, I didn't really watch. I don't know. Just me and Buffy just didn't. Jules is saying stuffing my gob with cheese and salami right now, then I'm going to bed with a full tummy. Enjoy, Jules. Fozzie Dare saying deep fried pizza is so good, crispy and slightly greasy. I don't know about the greasy part, but the crispy part sounds good. Heather, whatever, saying I like a kicking girl movies. I actually like another genre I like martial art films. One of my favorite martial artists is Scott Adkins. So I watch a lot of his films. and he does have some badass girl kicking actresses in there that are actual martial artists as well. So I like watching him. It's kind of cool. It is cool. And then I think he posted a picture with Michael Jai White. So I think he's doing another movie with him. So let's see. Teresa's asking, did I watch Charmed? Bits and pieces of it. I wasn't a huge fan of it, but I did watch a little bit. Fozzie Dare's saying, do we like Charlie's Angels films? Don't know why they didn't do more. I liked them. I thought they were kind of cool. Fozzie Dare saying cake time. See what y'all did. Hey, S. Miller. Jules, for me to fall asleep, I have to have noise. So I have a white noise machine. I have to have some kind of noise. It's funny, because when I would go to hotels, I would put on Forensic Files as sound. I don't know, because I never could find anything to watch, so I would put Forensic Files. And I'd fall asleep, and for some, like TV, I'll always wake up. Like my white noise machine, I don't, but for TV, I wake up. So I'd be sleeping, the wife took the, and I'll be like, what? Because I would have it, I would have it on Forensic Files. The scientists found that the blood, I would wake up at random times, and it was funny because then the husband did, it'd be weird. And with the blood samples, they determined that the DNA was like, and I'd be waking up and I'd be like, what the heck am I watching? And then the channel would go to the news, the local news, so whatever the local news was, it'd be like, good morning, blah, blah, blah. And I'll be like, oh, time to turn the TV off. Even like, I used to, before I got the white noise machine, I would put a fan on, and when the power would go off, I would instantly wake up. It was weird. It was like, and then what the heck happened? And then I realized the power went off. So I have to have some kind of sound. Shauna's saying it's 1:15 a.m. in Nashville. So glad I got to join you live for a bit. Keep up the good work. Looking forward to more lives. I'm glad you were able to join, even for a bit, guys. Jules is saying no noise and food for me. I can't fall asleep to music because what's going to happen is I'm going to start listening. Oh, this is a good track. And I'm going to start like dancing to, or, like bobbing my head to it. So music is not a good thing for me to sleep to. Carl, what's up? I saw the ching, 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 and I was like, what? Teresa's saying I've hit the 3-hour mark, and it's 11:11. I don't know if you guys have ever heard, if you see 11:11, what that means. And I just looked down right when she said that, and it said, well, now it says 11:12, but it said 11:11. Yeah, you threw me off there, Carl, because I was like, wait a minute. There's only a few people that know that. I'll probably stay on for a tiny bit more and then. Fozzie Dare saying, glad I caught you tonight. S. Miller saying, you like hats? I love hats. If you, I have people at work saying, how many hats do you have? I have quite a few. I have boxfuls. I think with the 1111, it's saying like it's a sign of something, if I remember correctly. Like I remember reading somewhere like it's a sign, and I see 1111 a lot, but they're saying it's a sign, like a universal sign for something, like it's giving you a sign for something. D Nice is asking if I need a nightlight or darkness. I don't know if you guys heard of a Nod Pod. It's like a weighted blanket for your eyes. And I do use a weighted blanket too. But I put that on and it completely, like, I relax and I knock out. So if I'm super tired, I'll fall asleep with the TV on and everything. Nerd Report saying stay on. I was like, all right. But I'll if I'm super tired, which it happens, like, because I run around, and then by the time I get home after work, I'll lay down, and that's when I'll knock out sometimes, depending on how tired I am. But, and I'll knock out with lights, TV on, and everything. And then I'll wake up. But, usually I do, I need my white machine on. I need my darkness, my weighted blanket, my heated blanket lately, and everything to fall asleep. Nerd Report's asking Wednesday dance for how much? I'm expensive. Teresa's saying, I feel this has been a really great stream and awesome conversations. I agree. D Nice is going, ooh, good potential sponsor, weighted blanket. I know, huh? I'd be like, I don't know how I would, from my sponsors, the weighted blanket, I don't know. Zero Ortiz is saying, I have never seen you without a hat or beanie. Lately, because it's cold, I've been wearing a lot of beanies. So, but yeah, my hair, I have hat hair today. Heather Whatever saying, I just saw a bunch of spiritual references on 1111. That's what they say it is. It's like a spiritual thing, like the universe is giving you a sign. Teresa's saying, I love these kind of streams where we get to chat with the creator. I'm glad you're enjoying them. Matthew goes, I need a fan on while I sleep. Don't like quiet when I'm trying to. The only time I kind of like quiet is when I'm decompressing. Because sometimes I'll just sit there and without the TV on and everything and just kind of decompress from the day. Because sometimes, like, I'm running around at work and then I'm like a chicken without its head sometimes. So then, like, when I come home, it's like I want the quiet sometimes. Daisy saying 1111 is a message from your angels or the universe. If you keep seeing it everywhere, it's a sign to keep going and trust the direction you're moving in as everything is falling into place. Thank you, Daisy. D Nice is saying, I'll start to research potential sponsors for you. I have thoughts. Don Van E saying, I know they're my favorite. Zero Ortiz says, sleep with TV on all the time. Don't want to hear any noises. I will, if I'm tired enough, I'll put on a movie. And a lot of times, it's like I'm watching a horror movie. So I'll fall asleep. And then I'll wake up and it'd be like someone screaming or something. I'm like, what the heck? Or I'm watching like the last movie. So I was trying to watch because Scott Adkins, like I said, is my favorite martial artist. So I was trying to watch. I still have to go back and watch it because I didn't finish it. I was trying to watch Accident Man 2. Fell asleep. Woke up. and he was kicking ass. And I woke up and I'm like, what is going on? I see these bodies flying because he's doing his thing. He's doing his kicks. That's what I like about him actually, because he's a kicker. And he does these crazy moves. Like he'll jump up like from the ground. He'll like push himself off the ground. I don't know how he does that. I want to learn that move one day. But and I woke up and bodies were flying everywhere. And I was like, what the heck is going on? So, like, sometimes falling asleep to the TV isn't good. D Nice is saying I need some type of noise like my aunt slurping watermelon. It's nice hearing it, but I can't. Teresa's saying I've watched the Supernatural series so many times that what I put on the TV to go to sleep to, I don't have to watch it to enjoy it. That's good. Cheryl E saying hiking equipment might be a good sponsor for me. Maybe. Heather, whatever saying, have you said don't slurp? Fozzie, dare, you're lucky, because falling asleep easily is my secret power. I wish I could fall asleep easily, but my mind is always going all over the place. Thank you, Shana, for joining. She says you're doing great. Good night. Keep up the live. Keep the lives coming. I can't even see straight, so I get with you guys. Nerd Report saying keep the questions coming, friends. I know I'm looking up that next time. Like I said, I'm going to use my tablet because trying to read off the phone. D Nice is saying that Heather, whatever. I used to laugh at it when she was alive. Speaking of the watermelon slurping. Carl, that happens to me where I'll wake up and then I'll go to sleep and I'll wake up and I can't go back to sleep. I hate when that happens. Heather, whatever's saying Nerd Report, do I help amass hours by putting on my TV and running them over and over? I'm not sure about that one, but that's for question. Daisy the Vegas Pisces, she's asking, do I remember the Page Master? I think I do. Like, I remember the name. I remember Macaulay Culkin, but I don't remember the movie. But I know I've seen it. Fozzie Dare's asking me what my secret power is. I don't have a secret power. I'm just me. Fozzie Dare's asking what Lewis's secret power is. You'd have to ask Lewis. I'm not sure about that one. D Nice is asking when is the next hike with Nerd Report. I'm not sure. I kind of like the live hike thing because no one actually really does that. So, but to do that though, you kind of have to be in an area where you have service. So that might be why a lot of people don't do it. Unless you pick a trail that's like around a neighborhood, then you can do it. Jules is saying it's 2:20 a.m. She has a full belly. She's ready for bed. She had a great job. She's saying I did an awesome job. Keep these lives coming. And Lewis, get Lisa a laptop. I do have a laptop, Jules. That's the one I'm using. She says goodnight. Carl is saying her secret power are those cat ears or wolf ears. I kind of want to say that they're wolf ears, but they're probably mostly cat. S. Miller's asking, do you have a wish list things your studio needs? I do have an Amazon list, but it's got random stuff. It has like coffee and I did put some studio stuff in there. I need to add some more stuff. I've been neglecting it, but I do have an Amazon wish list, which is if someone can post my link tree, it's on there. Fozzie Dare saying wolf ears. Heather whatever saying kitty ears. I that's why I'm saying I like wolves, so I always try to say wolf ears because that's the unique thing about it. Everyone has cat ears, so I have wolf ears. But I like cats too, so Heather whatever saying Carl, you're right. Little kitty antenna ears, superpower. Fozzie Dare saying wolf ears equals good hearing. I wish I had good hearing. I used to have good hearing, but then I listened to loud music, and yeah, I was a rocker chick when I was younger, and then I got into dance music. So now, and then I DJ. So now, yeah. Heather, whatever says wolves are special. Do you know about Romeo in Alaska? No, I don't. Carl saying must have been the coffee because I've never seen you this lively and talkative before. I know, huh, Carl? I don't talk. I'm surprising myself. I think it's because I have a good community here and we're talking about stuff I'm passionate about. So I guess when there's something I'm passionate about, I talk. I'm guessing. I don't know because I don't normally talk this much. Hey guys, I just posted my link tree. So if you guys want to check out my Amazon wish list is on there. There's a link on there if you guys want to check it out. Fozzie Dare saying I'm a dance chick. Fozzie Dare, what kind of music? You're saying you're a dance chick. What kind of music do you like? Do you like? Because there's different genres of dance. So which genre do you like? Heather whatever saying he was on the internet. Very special wolf. He played with dogs in the village. I'll have to check that out. Carl's saying, well, you're off to a good start. Yeah, I guess. I'm talking. Rebecca's saying, do you have any questions for us? Well, I mean, you guys are pretty much answering. Are you guys enjoying the stream? Fuzzy Dare saying, yes, started on house. That is where I'm a house music girl. I love house music. One of my favorite DJs is Roger Sanchez. I haven't seen him live yet. I want to see him live. I enjoy watching. I'm the type of person that enjoys watching the DJ mix. So I like watching their technique and everything. So, and I do enjoy watching Roger Sanchez mix. He just, I don't know, he's pretty cool. Musically, like song wise, I like Armand Van Helden better, like music wise. But DJ wise, like the mixing, because I did get to see Armand live, and it was cool though. He was playing like the hits, but he also had the other DJs, like what I call humping his leg. So he wasn't really paying attention. He wasn't there to mix. He was kind of just playing stuff he already knew, and he wasn't really paying attention, like kind of thing. So musically, I like Armand's music, like more songs of his than I do Roger Sanchez, but he is my favorite. But I do like, I'm starting to get into trance. I didn't like trance or techno. I wasn't really into it, but now I'm starting to get into it. And trance I like, and then I pretty much like all of them. I like happy. Actually, the funny thing is I started off with happy hardcore because there was a DJ I used to watch on YouTube, and he played happy hardcore. So that's how it was weird. That's how it started. Teresa's saying, I have a 20-pound black loaf cat laying next to me and a 9-pound orange scrap of Velcro bugging me. So I think it's time for me to scoot. Would love to join another stream like this again soon. Night. Thank you for joining, Teresa. Heather, whatever, saying, I dance too. To live is to dance is to live. I'm not really a dancer. I can't follow, it's weird. I can't follow dance moves, but I can follow boxing moves, but I can't follow dance moves, if that makes any sense. Fozzie Dare saying, I don't like hard trance too much. I like some trance, but some trance I also feel like it's like ballad like. So like who can I think of? Marcus Schultz. I don't know if you guys are familiar with that, he's a trance DJ, and like some of the tracks that I've heard from him, they sound like ballads. So it's like, don't get me wrong, there's some good trance songs, but that he reminds me of ballads. Like it should be in a movie. Like it's, I don't know, it's weird. Daisy, she's saying I have an interview tomorrow at 2. You'll smash it, Daisy. I know you'll have no problem crushing it. And I wish you luck. Fozzie Dare saying I like beefy bass. I do too now. I didn't before. Like I started, I don't know where it clicked, but it started with Oliver Heldens. Then it went to Armand Van Helden. Then it went to Roger Sanchez. With Housewise. And then techno I'm slowly getting into, which is weird. I think it's because Luce plays a lot of techno, so now I'm getting into it. Daisy's saying, yeah, all my favorite genres. Hardcore, though, I can only take so much because it's like, you'll hear it and then it goes boom, 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 and then it goes slow down, then it goes boom, 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 and then I'm like, okay, I had enough. Fozzie Dare says, yeah, other people influence what tunes you listen to a lot. It's charm I find about electronic. Carl Garcia is asking, is that a Chucky behind you? Yes, it is, but he's covered by my Ash versus Evil Dead chainsaw. I should move the chainsaw so you guys can see him. Cheryl E is asking, do I like classic rock and other rock music? I used when I was younger, because right now I'm on the dance music kick, but when I was younger, I was a huge rock fan. Rocker chick. I liked the newer stuff. I guess they call it new metal now, because it was alternative metal back then, but I used to listen to like Korn, Limp Bizkit, Linkin Park, stuff like that. My dad would always listen to 60s and 50s music, so I have that, like, I do like that music as well. And then my dad would also listen to country, so I like I pretty much like pretty much everything except for I'm not a big hip hop fan. Nerd Report saying I like techno, house, drum and bass, and trance in that order. And trust me, he plays like underground techno stuff, and I'm like, but then now I hear tracks, I'm like, oh, this is kind of cool. So I guess it's rubbing off on me, the techno. Nerd Report also says Hans Zimmer on John Williams. Yes, definitely. But with with techno, it's weird. I was like, before I was like, oh, I don't like techno. Now it's like, oh, that's techno. What is this? Who plays this? Let me Shazam it. Fozzie Dare, if you're on Twitch, you know it's getting late when I can't talk straight. But Twitch, if you follow Rave United, Lewis goes on there and he mixes. I was on there I think he went live yesterday and I was on there mixing. So if you guys want to catch me mixing with Lewis, go to Rave United on Twitch. Fozzie Dare saying I can't do techno. There's only so much techno I can do. Like I like I'm the beginning stages of liking it. D Nice is saying I can't stand hip hop or country. I love metal, alternative rock, movie soundtracks. Oh my god, I listened to the POTC soundtrack on loop in middle school. I love oldies too. I'm not a huge country fan, but I do like some country. But hip hop I just can't. I mean, I do like some hip hop. Just depends on what it is. If you guys want to join Rave United Nerd Report, drop the link. And you'll see Lewis mixing on there as well as I'll go on there every once in a while. Cheryl E, I agree with you. I can't do rap. Like some of the rap now, I'm like, no. I could do some maybe like 80s rap, maybe just a tiny bit, but I'm not a huge fan of it. With music though, it doesn't matter what it is, I enjoy it. So because it's like it's the atmosphere, it's the people. It's weird because I went to my first rave. D Nice is like, let's make it to 12 a.m. Yes, I went to my first rave in September because I've always gone to rock concerts and all that kind of stuff. When I went to the rave, the people are completely different. Like they're so welcoming, they're so nice. Like they run into you, "Oh, I'm sorry." Like you go to a rock concert, they kind of, I don't know, at least the ones I went to, we kind of all stayed to ourselves. Like if you went with your friends, you kind of stayed with your friends, and every once in a while you would get the person that would talk to you, but it's weird. Like I felt more you yeah, it was more welcoming at a rave than not the club. I didn't really the I kind of wish that wasn't the first club experience we went to because I feel like it ruined clubs for us. But my very first concert was Bryan Adams because I was a huge Bryan Adams fan when I was young. I still kind of I still appreciate him because he is my root. I consider him my roots in music. My love of guitar comes from him. Fozzie Dare saying, "Yeah, rave is like one big family." Exactly. That's how I felt. It was like completely different. Carl saying, "I can't do rap. I'm with you on that, and I work in the industry." It's I was driving today and I had my I don't know what was playing. I think I was playing I had some type I think it was Cascade or something was playing on the radio. The car and I was stuck on at the light, the red light. The car next to me was playing rap. And I was like, "Come on, light, please change. Please change." And then I don't know if he could hear my music, but he turned it up louder. And I was like, "Oh my gosh, why?" It just seemed like it got louder. And then finally the light changed. I just gunned it. Evanescence. Oh my gosh. Amy has the most wonderful voice. I love her singing voice. I don't know, she can hit those notes like crazy. I do like Evanescence. Daisy saying rave community is all about the plural, peace, love, unity, and respect. And no, they do. It's like it's so much different compared to a rock concert. Carl, he's saying Pandora from now on. You know what I should have done? I should have just turned up the music louder. I never got a chance to see Evanescence. I've seen since we're going on rock, I've seen Godsmack. It was weird because it was Godsmack, DMX, and Limp Bizkit. All three of those at the Great Western Forum. I'm not sure if it's still called the Great Western Forum, but I remember that concert because I went for Godsmack because I was a huge Godsmack fan, and that was a weird mix. And I've seen Corn. I think I've seen it was weird because Stained, I'm not sure if you guys are familiar with that band. Stained wasn't big yet, so they were opening up for Corn, and that's when I saw them. Saw Bryan Adams. He was like the first at the Greek Theater way back in the day. My dad had got me tickets. I think I cried. I've gone to see Eve 6. Our Lady Peace was a big one. I would always go see Eve 6 because I was a huge Eve 6 fan and Our Lady Peace fan. I'm trying to think of where else I went. or who else I saw. I've seen Jimmy. I don't know if you guys, Jimmy Chicken Shack. They opened up for Everclear. That was like the second concert I went to because I became a big Everclear fan. And I remember driving to San Diego for that one. And Jimmy Chicken Shack opened up for them. And at that time, I didn't like that music. And then years later, I was like, oh my God, that's Jimmy Chicken Shack. Eve 6, I know their music is so, like, you'll remember the words no matter what. I'm trying to think who else I've seen. 311. I think I've seen Deftones. I don't remember because I went to the Warp Tour way back in the day. So I saw a lot there. Blink 182. I used to like Blink 182 back in the day. And then I went into harder music. D Nice is saying a long time ago I wanted to make my YouTube into a channel promoting street performers. I have the performances of the Chester Memorial at Grand Park, downtown LA. Darn copyright YouTube, my dream. Haha. I know YouTube likes to be pesky. I always wanted to go to Ozfest and I never got a chance to. I'm trying to think if there's anyone else I went to see. I know I went to see a lot, but I don't. It's been a while. Fozzie Dare saying I'm having a wee listen to Rave United. I like. Carl saying, I think I cried. No, I did cry, Carl. Nerd Report saying I've seen The Prodigy and Moby. Daisy saying she's seen Eminem front and center row 3 times. I was so obsessed with his music. He had Exhibit, Ludacris, and his group D12 on his anger management tour. It was epic. Exhibit, didn't he do Pimp My Ride on MTV? We're gonna pimp your ride. Nerd Report saying Rave United is still under construction. It is. He's still building it. S. Miller saying we having a rave? No, S. Miller, we're talking about Lewis has a channel on Twitch called Rave United where he mixes. I was on there the other day. I mix on there too. Lewis is the better DJ. D Nice said she saw LMFAO at Cal State Fullerton, got in for free because I was dating one of the campus security guards at the time. Ha! Daisy saying I've been to so many concerts, it's hard for me to remember everyone I've seen. I think my ADD has something to do with it. Carl saying he would have loved to see Prodigy and Moby. I think I would have loved to see Prodigy because even before I was into dance music, they would play Prodigy on the local rock station. And so Prodigy, I've always known Prodigy. Nerd Report's dropping the link for Rave United, so if you guys want to join, you can check us mixing on there. I think we do mostly house. Or actually, I think he just goes through the list and plays whatever he finds. I do mostly house. Sometimes I mix it up with techno. S. Miller saying subscribed. Thank you. D Nice saying she joined. Rebecca saying she clicked the link on Twitch for Rave United and it won't let her follow. I am not sure what's going on. You can follow Lewis dropped the YouTube one for Rave United as well. So if you want to follow there, you can too. The only reason why we kind of don't do YouTube because YouTube does the copyright strike. I think Twitch does too, but it's not as bad. He just dropped the link again if you guys want to try the YouTube link. Senor Space Ghosto saying it worked. Rebecca saying, yes, I'm subbed there. D Nice is saying, I want a house version of the Barney theme song. I'm not kidding. I guarantee you there's probably someone that did it already. The chat died. No, I'm just kidding. It died. No. Heather whatever saying she subbed. D Nice wants Lewis to mix the Barney song. I don't know, because that song Nerd Report saying Hanan Toon Toon Toon. That's an inside joke. You guys aren't going to know it. Heather, whatever, saying Lewis doing the Wednesday dance to a Bernie song. Daisy's asking if I've seen Alice in Borderland. I've been wanting to watch it. I need to make time to watch it. I heard it was good. It looks good too. But I haven't been able to, I haven't gotten a chance because I'm stuck on my true crime series that I found on Discovery Plus. So I've been stuck on that about family members. It's all about family members committing some crime. And you wouldn't think that they would do that because they look like average people. I forgot. I think it's called American Monsters or something on Discovery Plus. Something Monsters. Yeah, because if we play the Barney song, it's going to get stuck in everyone's head. We're going to be... I don't even want to sing it because I don't want it stuck in my head. I was like, what is flashing over there? I forgot I had those things flashing. I turned off all my other lights. So that's why I was like, wait a minute, what's flashing? There shouldn't be anything flashing. It's just as, but the Barney song is just as bad as the Baby Shark song. I'm not going to even sing that one. And now I got it stuck in my head. I shouldn't have mentioned it. Rebecca goes, it already is. It triggered my PTSD from a Barney doll my son had. Ah! Daisy saying, me too, too many live streams. Another series I've been watching and can't trying to finish before I go watch season 2. That's how it is. I'll start watching something, but then I'll start like watching like 3 different things. But right now, I'm kind of just on the one thing because that's the one. I'm actually just watching one series, which is kind of weird. I'm usually watching, especially when Ghost Adventures comes back. I'm gonna be watching Ghost Adventures. Oh, don't D-Nice, don't mention Gundam style. Whooped in Gundam style. Don't. I shouldn't even sing it. Senior Space Gusto saying, I know why Lisa covered Chucky. He might moved. Nah, he won't move. He's never moved. Watch, you see his arm move right now behind me. Cheryl Lee saying she was fortunate. My daughter skipped Barney and Baby Shark. Thank goodness. I'll be scrolling through videos. You know how Instagram kind of has like TikTok videos? So I'll be scrolling and they'll be playing the Baby Shark song. And I'm like, nope, nope, nope. And then a second later, I'll be like... Rebecca's going, no. Yeah, I agree. No. I don't want to be reminded. Don't get it stuck in my head. Heather, whatever, saying my kids ditched Barney pretty quickly. Thank goodness. Daisy's asking if I've seen the 90s show and if I was into the 70s show. I watched a little bit of that 70s show, but I may watch the 90s show. I'm not sure. Because I watched it a little bit. I wasn't a huge fan. The Never Ending Story. Don't. That song. No. Don't. Oh, now I'm going to start. I'm singing it in my head. D nice. Why? Vicky has to say my kids didn't like Barney. Thank goodness. Heather Whatever's asking, have you heard Peeping Tom? No, I haven't heard Peeping Tom. Carl's saying if you're seeing 1111, that means you're getting cross-eyed. Maybe. I'm going to turn in a pumpkin in a few minutes here. I'm trying to not get those songs stuck in my head. Rebecca's saying if you see 1111, that means you're on a path. And I do see it a lot of times. Cheryl E says, my high-functioning ASD daughter loves The Little Mermaid and Frozen. We go back and forth about who's the queen of our house. Or drunk? No! No, Carl, no! Or I just can't see on my glasses, which seems sometimes I can't. Rebecca saying baby shark daughter. No, I don't want to get that song stuck in my head. Exactly, Senior Space Gusto. No, baby shark. D Nice is saying, I don't know why, but an episode of Sesame Street I remember clearly is of Big Bird following an ant. Do you experience that? Having only one distinct memory from childhood might be to blackout trauma. No, I do get where I remember some things and I don't remember things. So some things, like I remember some things as a kid and some things I don't. Fozzie, it is 12:02. I'm gonna turn into a pumpkin. Cause now my eyes are like thinning. Fozzie, is it Sunday in New Zealand? It's Sunday, right? In Australia? Because I think you guys are 16 hour ahead of us or something like that. Fozzie Dare says it is. Thank you. Fozzie Dare says a hot summer's day. That's right. Australia is going through summer because they're on the other side of the equator. We're still in winter. Vicky S is saying it's 12:03 here on Vancouver Island, British Columbia, Canada. I have been there. It is beautiful. Hope to visit Australia one day because I see the pictures and it looks awesome there. D Nice is asking if I like Cher. I do like Cher, believe it or not. I do like Cher. Cheryl Lee saying her daughter and herself likes fall and winter seasons. I do too. I'm not too big on the heat. I hate the heat. So I like it for a certain extent of time. And then after that, it's like no more. But I understand people in the snow if they say they do not like winter. I totally understand. Because I think I'd be saying the same thing after a couple days. I'll be like, where is summer and spring? Rebecca's saying, yes, please come and visit me here in Melbourne. I will look after you. One of these days, I do want to. I've never been there, and it looks pretty cool in Australia. Rebecca's saying, wish we could edit our comment. You can. I think you can. Oh, I think you can only delete them. Cheryl Lee is saying we loathe summer. We're like Eskimos. You can always layer up, but you can only peel down so far. I agree with you, Cheryl. I mean, when it's cold, I can put blankets. I can have my heating blanket. I can have my jacket. But in the summertime, fans can only do so much. It's like you can't, like you could be naked almost and still, you know what I mean? You can't cool down in the summer months unless you have a really good air conditioning. D Nice is saying, Lisa, are you down to make it to 12:31 a.m.? I don't know. I'm starting to die. I'm starting like my energy levels like near. And then my eyes, I'm starting to squint. Because I'm like trying to get the toothpicks up on the eyes. I like the rain though. We don't get too much rain, except we kind of got some weird rain last month. But I do like the rain. It's just people here in California don't know how to drive in it. That's the only thing I don't like. Senior Space Gusto saying time for Snickers. Daisy saying she just dozed off. You might see me doing this soon. I don't know. Dawn saying falling asleep. Really enjoyed the stream and have a good night, everyone. You too, Dawn. I'll talk really loud, Daisy, so you stay awake. No, I'm just kidding. I mean, anyone, you guys could buy me some coffee and I could stay awake for 5 minutes. No, I'm just kidding. Rebecca's saying that's everywhere. Everyone everywhere don't know how to drive in the rain. I feel like in California, it's like the worst. Nerd Report saying for me to go live on Monday. I could go live on Monday. I just can't go live for too long because I work the next day. But yeah, I'll go on for like an hour. Daisy's saying she's been up since 4 and got it. Dang, wow, I can't get up at 4. I used to be able to. I can't anymore. I can't do it anymore. Fozzie Dare saying I need to buy you coffee. D Nice is saying I'll be with you on Monday. I'm like, I'll go on Monday, guys. I just can't go on for as long as I'm going on for today, but Cheryl Lee is saying don't forget, but I know next time I go over to Lewis, I'm gonna make it. Wing Zero, she's asking how many hours do I need? I need 4,000. I believe I'm at 18 something. I have to look, but I don't want to click off the chat. Nerd Report saying 8 p.m. Yeah, I could go on Monday for like an hour, guys, and chat. I'm kind of like a night owl, but work makes me not a night owl. So it's kind of weird. Like, I'm not really a morning person anymore. I used to be, but not anymore. Zero Ortiz is saying Monday, cool. Heather whatever saying Monday, cool. Wing Zero saying we could get you there. I want to send you a super chat. Once I get there, I'll be able to get super chats, I believe. But right now, unfortunately, no. But I do have other ways. I do have a Cash App and I do have PayPal if you want. Cheryl Lee saying the night owl struggle is real. It is. Because it takes me a while to fall asleep. So I always feel like I am a night owl. Like, I like the night. Well, I do like the night, though, because it's nice and quiet and it's kind of calming. I don't know, like, during the day, there's the hustle and bustle, and then at night, it's, like, quiet. Like, even the outside is quiet. Like, you don't hear birds or anything. Rebecca's saying I rather sweat than shiver. Got metal inside, and when I get cold, it's physically painful for their. Yeah, I know. I notice sometimes too, like with the cold, my wrists start to hurt, and I noticed that this time around. Usually the cold doesn't bother me, but I get what you're saying, Rebecca. But I still prefer the cold. D Nice is saying, I wonder if you could possibly get a sponsorship from Michaels. Mrs. Lecca could possibly get a good deal while it benefits you. Heather, whatever, saying it's quiet here, extremely good stars to watch. That's super relaxing, watching stars and hearing. Heather, whatever, saying it's pretty here the rest of the year. Snow is work. I can imagine. I've never actually had to shovel snow or anything, but I can imagine. Zero Ortiz is saying, I love birds. Rebecca goes, I love astronomy. I like looking at the stars. I like seeing the constellations. And I like birds too. I actually feed, I have a bird feeder outside that I get a lot of birds on. Oh, Zero Ortiz, she says, I have 2 parrots. That's cool. I have a lovebird. Fozzie Dare saying, I think I need to go. Great ketchup. You're a cool gal, Lisa. Thank you. Thank you for joining me. I'm trying to hang, guys, but my butt's falling asleep. So I may need to go myself and cut it. And 2, I think I'm losing my voice. Daisy, you have 12 doves, 3 chickens, and 1 bunny and 1 dog? Wow. Rebecca, thank you. S. Miller saying this was great, Lisa. Thank you. D Nice is saying everything I say, I'm making a list for potential, or I say, I'm making a list for potential sponsors, especially when you get monetized. Thank you, D Nice. All right, guys, I am going to have to call it a night. My butt is numb from sitting on this chair. And I did enjoy chatting with you guys. I am going to make it on Monday. On Monday. I'm gonna try to go live. But I'm probably not gonna be able to go as long as I did today because I do work the next day. But I'm glad you enjoyed my stream and I had fun chatting with y'all. And I will see you again. And guys, try to get some sleep because I'm going to try to get some after I stretch. So